Good morning, everybody. And on behalf of Vice Chair or Co-Chair DeRuz and I, welcome to the special joint meeting of the Planning and Housing Committee and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. We acknowledge, I just want to acknowledge first that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et les présences ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, may we get a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington?
Here.
Councillor Brown?
Here.
Councillor Curry?
Here.
Councillor Dudas?
Here.
Councillor Johnson?
Here.
Councillor Kavanagh?
Present.
Councillor Kitts?
Here.
Councillor Luloff?
Present.
Councillor Lowe?
Here.
Councillor Tierney?
Here.
Councillor Troster?
Here.
Vice Chair Gower?
Here.
Vice Chair Kelly?
Present.
Chair DeRuz?
Here.
And Chair, you have quorum, chairs.
Thank you very much. This is a meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive zoning bylaw listed as item 4.1 on today's agenda. For the item just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions or written submissions before the bylaw is adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. To submit written comments on these amendments, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. I've been asked by legal to note that the ability to appeal the proposed bylaw may be affected by Bill 185, currently before the Ontario Legislature. Neither myself nor Chair DeRuz have any big comments to make, but I will just note at the outset of the meeting, we are here to consider the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. I think that this is an extraordinarily exciting opportunity to ensure for the first time in what I want to suggest is a generation that the zoning bylaw actually matches what the official plan says. And in that vein, it's important to understand that we are not revisiting the official plan. The zoning bylaw is intended to implement what the official plan says. So keep that in mind as you think about where we want to go over the next year and a half of consultations. Yeah, leave it there. Are there any declarations of interest? See none. Are the minutes of our Planning and Housing Committee ARAC meeting of Tuesday, May 30th, 2023 confirmed? Confirmed, thank you. So that brings us to the new zoning bylaw, the first draft. I think this is exciting. I'm going to turn that over to General Manager Vivi Chi. Vivi?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, committee members. Today, we're bringing to you the first draft of the proposed text for the new zoning bylaw. The team, under the strong leadership of Carol Ruddy, has put together a strategy for the zoning bylaw that addresses the city's housing pledge, the Housing Accelerator Fund, and the various other provincial and federal legislations on the housing file. From this work and the zoning map that's to be released later towards the end of May, we are also seeking your approval, your permission to engage the public on this draft. Zoning is a very complex topic of great interest to many residents and to the development industry. So we do expect a lot of feedback from our engagement program at each phase of the project. There will be a second draft next year, early next year, followed by the recommended zoning bylaw for council's consideration at the end of 2025. I now will hand this over to the zoning team for their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivi. Good morning, members of council and joint committee. I'm very happy to be here this morning to present an overview of the draft zoning bylaw. As you can see from the report, bringing a new zoning bylaw into effect to implement the official plan is a monumental task. A great deal of work has been done to date, and much more will be done in 2024 and 2025 through 2 more drafts to refine the provisions in response to public consultations and councillor feedback. So we are committed to listening and improving the bylaw so we get the best product that we can by the time we come to council in December 2025. So today is just the beginning of the process. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce the staff that I have with me here today. So in addition to Vivi, of course, there's Derek Moody, Director of Planning Services, Royce Fu, Manager of Policy Planning, Steve Clark, Manager of Business and Technical Support Service, and Steve will be providing an overview of public engagement in the coming months. And supporting me on the zoning team are senior planners. Jeff Nadeau is just to my right. Jeff led the mixed-use zones. Robert Sandicott, who's leading the residential zones. And we also have Chris Rogers, who is here to speak to anything related to the IMP, and Deb Blightman, who can speak to anything relating to the TMP. I also have Tim Rowe, he's in the room here with us, sitting next to Steve Clark. And Tim is here also to answer questions about public engagement. And finally, Leslie Collins from Heritage is here in case questions come up from Heritage, and Martha Copestake, our forester, for anything about trees. So the staff report before you has its beginnings with the approval of the official plan by council in November 2021 and the provincial government on November 4th of 2022. Since then, staff have brought a zoning implementation report in August 2022 to lay out the directions in the new bylaw. And in March 2023, discussion papers were launched. And last fall, we hosted 4 public open houses. Over the course of this project, significant challenges have arisen beyond simply the complexity of the work. And I'd like to give credit to the staff on the zoning team. They've risen to these challenges to bring you this draft. In response to the housing affordability crisis, we've seen unprecedented legislative changes by the provincial government, a provincial municipal housing pledge, and federal involvement with the Housing Accelerator Fund application. The zoning team supported the housing pledge and the Housing Accelerator application and will continue to support during the implementations of Ottawa's new zoning bylaw. As the first step in developing the new bylaw, engagement activities will start with the release of this first draft on May 31st and continue through to the end of 2025. So on that note, there's a few more things I'd like to say. This is a first draft, and it's being released in the spirit of really wanting to hear from the public and from stakeholders and from industry representatives about the things that they know that we don't know, so that we can refine these provisions and get the best bylaw to serve the city going forward. Our heels are not dug in on this first draft. We are ready to enter into discussions about how we can improve the provisions to better reflect market realities and neighborhood context. Our only threshold for making changes is that the provisions must still maintain the intent of the official plan. So I'd just like to thank the zoning team working on so far for all their work, and also mention the wonderful work of the staff working on our zoning map and the 3D twin, which have helped to inform the provisions that we're going to be seeing in the draft bylaw. So could I have slide 2, please? So I'm just going over our timelines, just so you can see where we are today. Of course, we're at joint committee. On May 31st, the first draft will go live on Engage Ottawa, the zoning map, and the full text of the bylaw. We'll have active consultations through the fall and bring a draft report, a second draft of the bylaw and a draft report in March of 2025. We'll have more consultations and then the final draft in December of 2025. Next slide, please. So key takeaways for you. So the zoning bylaw will create the potential for the density targets that we see in the official plan. And this is really important to supporting the municipal housing pledge and the Housing Accelerator Fund. We'll be making room for trees in the front and backyards as redevelopment occurs in neighborhoods. 4 units per lot will be permitted, but not 4 stories. Heights around transit stations and secondary plans will be implemented as of right. On-site stormwater management and adequate servicing, the provisions for adequate servicing will be strengthened. And for on-site stormwater management, we'll have new provisions, and I'll get into more detail about those. There will be no minimum parking rates proposed in this first draft, and the rural zone provisions will generally be carried forward from the current zoning bylaw, given that there were not extensive policy changes made to the rural designations in the new official plan. So could I have the next slide, please? So how did we get here today, and what are the issues that we're really trying to deal with in this new zoning bylaw? So as I mentioned, we have a new official plan and it's approved. As part of that process, we had growth protections that say that forecast the city will grow by over 400,000 people by 2046. And this means that we need over 190,000 new dwelling units to meet the demand of that growing housing population. The plan sets up policies to achieve 89,000 new dwelling units in new neighborhoods as suburban development. 13,000 new dwelling units are expected to be built in the rural area, and 92,000 new dwelling units are needed in existing neighborhoods of the city, including along main streets and in areas around transit stations. The draft zoning bylaw provides the potential to achieve this number of units, as well as providing opportunities for a continuum of housing to serve the needs of all residents of Ottawa. In 2020, the city declared a housing and homelessness and housing affordability emergency, as I'm sure you'll recall. The official plan includes policies in section 4.2 that direct broad permissions for a range of housing types, and those provisions are implemented in the draft bylaw. So other key themes in the draft bylaw include putting that density around transit, getting support for 15-minute neighborhoods, so that's new permissions for non-residential uses in neighborhoods to serve the day-to-day needs of residents. And we tried to use an equity zoning lens and considered how the new provisions will be affecting all residents of Ottawa. In terms of economic development, we've expanded the list of permitted uses for all of the zones where there wasn't an official plan reason why we couldn't do that. And of course, finishing off with the housing affordability crisis, you can't open up your phone and look at your news or listen to the radio without hearing something about the dire situation that people are in. There's a whole entire generation of residents of Ottawa, and many people in Canada actually in their 20s and 30s, who are going to have a hard time entering into the housing market. And as well, for people who can't afford to buy a home, there are people who are having a real hard time finding something that's affordable, and that's people of all ages, starting in their teens, trying to go to school and university, and right up to seniors. So this is an issue that the official plan has considered. It was sort of foreshadowing, identifying this need for housing going forward, and there are strong policies for us to rely on. But since the approval of the official plan, we've just seen that housing affordability crisis deepen. Now, zoning isn't a silver bullet, but it's quite amazing to see zoning mentioned in the news almost daily in terms of one of the factors that is affecting a house of affordability. And so this official plan is a good launching point for the zoning team to develop zoning provisions and new permissions for housing to address these needs. And in terms of the climate change crisis, as if we didn't have enough on our plates, this is it's quite a unprecedented time in policy and for municipal governments. We also have a climate change crisis that all levels of government are trying to respond to, and I have a slide later on in the presentation just to provide some key points about what zoning is doing in that regard. So if I could have the next slide, please. So I hope you can see, I think in the report, there's this map is included as one of the sorting documents. So the intention of this map is really to take the official plan policies and illustrate them as a map. So it's not intended to give you, to be interpreted as giving the per lot densities that are permitted by Transect in the new zoning bylaw. It just provides a conceptual snapshot of what the official plan is intending in terms of transect-wide densities to be achieved in each of the transects by 2046. So basically, the darker the colors, the higher the densities. So you see the most dense and darkest colors around the downtown, and then in the inner urban transect and along our hubs and corridors. And then as you go out towards the edge of the city, you see the lighter colors, the yellows and the oranges. And the oranges are those minor corridors, the evolving overlay. And the yellows are the interiors of neighborhoods. Now, we do need, as I mentioned, to make room for our 92,000 new dwelling units in existing areas of the city. And so this is the strategy for how to do that. The most dense areas around transit stations and along corridors. And the lighter colored areas deliver on that promise in the official plan to have context-sensitive zoning so that while the density, the number of units per lot can increase, we're going to try and match that existing building envelope and building location on the lot so that new development more or less fits in the neighborhood and it doesn't look outsized to out of scale for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So this is our height strategy. And once again, it's not really our height strategy. This is the strategy from the official plan. And it illustrates similar, really, context, just in concepts, just in terms of height. So the lighter colored areas are those interiors of neighborhoods where we promised context-sensitive development. And this is where we're going to see those heights being respected in the 2 to 3 story range. And then as the colors get darker, those are where the official plan provides permissions for higher heights. So you'll see lighter and darker orange colors. Those are low-rise, still low-rise development for the lightest orange in the evolving overlay. And the darker orangey brown colors are the 6 to 9 story range that's provided through the minor corridor and Main Street corridor permissions in the official plan. And then the darkest colors are where high-rise buildings are permitted with appropriate height transition. And we see that along the Main Street corridors and in hubs. Of note are the areas that are shown in white. Those are secondary plan areas where height policies take precedence over the official plan policies for height. So you can see a lot of the area of the city is covered by secondary plans, and we defer to the heights in those plans. Next slide, please. So getting in a little bit closer to our zooming in on the city, here's the neighborhood strategy for introducing density. On the bottom left, you see a Main Street corridor, and then on the top, another corridor, a minor corridor. And that illustrates, the higher heights are on the Main Street corridor, and then, in the 6 to 9 story range, or 4 to 6 to 9 story range is what we'll see on minor corridors. And then there's a buffer area that is the evolving overlay. The evolving overlay shows those little buildings that are in the lighter purple color. And in the evolving overlay, it's still low rise, but we're going to be seeing permissions for apartment buildings in the range of between 8 to 12 and up to 24 or so on standard size lots. And then in the interiors of the neighborhoods, you can see the lighter orange and the yellow colors, and those are where we're going to be seeing turnover in the neighborhoods, and that's in the 2 to 3 story range. And so the whole point of this is to try and provide a context-sensitive approach. So we see more density in certain areas, but we're trying to match that envelope to make it fit. Next slide, please. All right, so here's the climate change slide I was referring to just a moment ago. So there are things that can be done using land use planning to address climate change and reduce GHG emissions. And so to the extent possible that we can do that, draft. So the policies for the official plan are very clear about where density should go. So it's around transit stations. We are implementing that. For resiliency's sake, we have on-site stormwater management to try and reduce the risk of flooding when we're seeing these microstorm events. We have a regulatory gap right now as a result of Bill 23. I'll get into more details about that, but residential development of 10 units and less is no longer subject to site plan control, and in that range is exactly the gentle density that we want to see in neighborhoods to get those that context-sensitive form of development. And we don't have site plan control anymore for that form of development, and so we can't get stormwater management. So it's important for us to maintain some to assurance for the public that as redevelopment occurs, stormwater will be managed in neighborhoods. And so there will be new provisions relating to on-site stormwater management. We are going to make sure that pre and post flows, those post flows don't exceed the pre-development flows. And we've been working with our infrastructure management plan staff on this, on these zoning provisions, and getting some expert help from legal firm in southwestern Ontario to help us with this, who happen to be experts in this area. And so just like to add as well that the development industry is aware that these provisions are coming. There will be new provisions for multi-unit housing forms, and we won't be regulating how the units are arranged within a building, and this is going to really simplify our zoning regime for residential uses, and Robert Sandicott's going to provide a nice overview for you on that. There will be new provisions for electric vehicle charging, so the provisions will require EV-ready charging to be in place for all parking that's provided for residential uses. And this is something we really want to consult with to find out how far we can go with these, to hear from the industry and from residents about what's going to work. There are also requirements for EV charging, EV-ready parking spaces for office and industrial uses at 30%. So where parking spaces are provided, 30% would need to be EV-ready parking spaces. For trees and the urban heat island effect, we have new zoning provisions for minimum soft landscaping requirements in the front and rear yard. And these are really important to making sure that there's adequate soil volume and adequate space for a tree to grow to maturity, to get a good-sized trees so we can build that urban forest tree canopy as redevelopment occurs and mitigate the impacts of heat going forward. In terms of emergency and supportive housing, I mentioned this earlier, but Section 4.2 of the official plan has very strong policies about permitting a continuum of housing forms for all residents of Ottawa, regardless of their situation. So this goes from shelters and group homes to residential care facilities, for supportive housing for both people recovering from homelessness and for people who have medical conditions who require 24/7 care, and that's for our seniors population and people who are ill. We need more housing of that type. And then group homes, broad permissions for those, not bringing forward separation distances for group homes because the official plan does not permit that going forward. And then all of the ranges of market housing that is needed in terms of the quantity to address the housing need. And then continuing to prohibit development in hazardous locations. This is important for resiliency. And of course, we will be having provisions that direct development away from the floodplain and from unstable slopes. Next slide, please. For 15-minute neighborhoods, we are going to be having a continuum of permissions for non-residential uses. They'll begin with home-based businesses. We have made the provisions for a lowercase c suffix, which is our neighborhood commercial suffix that's currently in effect in the zoning bylaw. We've broadened those permissions somewhat, and in draft 2 of the zoning bylaw, we'll be looking for additional locations in neighborhoods to apply this lowercase c suffix. In terms of official plan policies that support 15-minute neighborhoods, we have those minor corridors which extend into neighborhoods and introduce permissions for non-residential uses. And so we will be implementing a new zone, the neighborhood or the minor corridor zone, and introducing permissions for both residential and non-residential uses along those corridors in proximity to residents. We have a new neighborhood mixed-use zone that carries forward the current local, commercial, and general mixed-use zones, and we've really done a streamlining of those zones. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them, but the GM zone on its own is 37 subzones, and with minor differences in terms of permitted uses. This is not really an efficient means of regulating land uses. In many cases, those restrictions on certain uses in some subzones and in others do not have an official plan reason for having those distinctions. It's important for economic development that we broaden those ranges of permitted uses and to support those 50-minute neighborhood policies. And so we've streamlined the local commercial and the GM zones into a neighborhood mixed-use zone that only has 4 subzones to reflect basically the scale of development that's currently there in neighborhoods. And then going up from there, we get to the Main Street and hub zones. And so neighborhoods in proximity to those, of course, will have the benefit of having those uses close to them. So it's strengthening that continuum of uses and permissions for non-residential uses that we're trying to make it make sense in terms of where they're permitted and how those permissions increase depending on what the context is. So that's the strategy for the neighborhood, or for 15-minute neighborhoods. Next slide, please. Now, making room for trees. I alluded to this twice already, but we have several new provisions. We will have those strengthening the requirements for soft landscaping in the rear yard as well as the front yard. We have new provisions that allow some flexibility in the siting of a building. If you're trying to avoid with redevelopment a distinctive tree, we'll have built in that flexibility to move the building a little bit backwards or forwards or from side to side to help make it easier to maintain that distinctive tree. And this is very efficient because this means that a minor variance wouldn't be required for moving that building around. And then we have new provisions for underground parking structures. Those of you at Planning Committee and at Council who've heard discussions about underground parking structures and how they really do limit the ability to get trees in yards where they extend to the property line, will have minimum requirements that are going to restrict the extent to which an underground parking structure can extend to that property line so that we can maintain enough room for trees as redevelopment goes ahead. So next slide, please. Now, equity and zoning. I think a lot of times there are some unrecognized impacts to various groups in the city. So zoning can impact access to services, stores, housing choices, and economic opportunities. Implementing the intent of the official plan equally and consistently across the city, really in terms of the density potential, is something that's important that we do, and it's built right into the official plan. So density shouldn't be focused in only the potential provided in certain neighborhoods. We need to provide that potential and housing choice across the city. Neighborhoods should not be treated differently or affected disproportionately. So we've been trying to build that into our analysis and consideration of these zoning provisions. And so just generally to sum up, we've been trying to use a density or an equity lens when developing these new zoning provisions. Next slide, please. So I'll pass this to my colleague, Steve Clark, to provide you some information about public consultation.
Thank you, Carol. The consultation for the new zoning bylaw is building upon the in-depth and comprehensive consultations that have been undertaken through the development of the new official plan. The initial consultations for this project began in March 2023 with the release of 7 discussion papers on our Engage Ottawa page. The discussion papers were based on feedback received during the official plan consultations. Today begins the next phase and is really the start of the focus on the new zoning bylaw. Draft 1 engagement will begin on May 31st with the release of the proposed provisions and the zoning map, and will continue into October of this year. We're planning to hold a citywide virtual event sessions, in September, and 8 additional sessions on a ward level based on a geographical locations. These 8 sessions will have 3 wards attending. Sessions will begin with an initial presentation, followed by questions and answers session. Once that is complete, everyone will move into breakout rooms by ward to address ward-specific topics that participants may have. We will also collect questions ahead of each session, and we'll be able to respond to them at the consultations. Feedback can continue to be provided to the new zoning bylaw team in 2 ways, either by emailing the new zoning bylaw at ottawa.ca or submitting questions on the Engage Ottawa page. We will also be attending various pop-ups and continue to engage with the Ambassadors Working Group during this time. After each session, an As We Heard a report will be provided, and we will also submit a final As We Heard a report once all 9 sessions have been completed. Thank you, and I will hand it back to Carol to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Steve. So next slide, please. All right. So I realize we've been talking already for a half an hour, but I've got one opportunity now to sit before you and try and give you some explanation about what's happening, and it's such a complex document. I hope that you'll bear with me and have the patience to listen to some quite detailed stuff. But I look forward to comments, so I hope I don't speak too long and wear everybody out. So I'm going to give a general overview by part of the bylaw. At certain points, I'm going to pass over to Robert and to Jeff to speak about their sections, and then wrap up the rest of the bylaw with some comments about the remaining sections. So let's start with part 1. So part 1 of the bylaw is like the nuts and bolts of a zoning bylaw. Part 1 is pretty much consistent across most zoning bylaws in Ontario. It provides all of those necessary legal interpretive directions that a bylaw needs to run smoothly. And so for that reason, many of the provisions that we're carrying forward, they're just those nuts and bolts that we need. They're carrying forward from the current zoning bylaw. But there are a few things that I'd like to highlight for you and when that draft comes forward and for you to key in on. So really important to a new zoning bylaw coming into effect is transition provisions. What happens when a new zoning bylaw is approved is that the old one gets repealed, and that means that permissions achieved under that new zoning bylaw will go away unless they're carried forward somehow. So there's a fairness principle here that's involved in these transition provisions. What it does is recognize the permissions that say someone has obtained through a zoning bylaw amendment in the planning at the council meeting, let's say, immediately prior to the new zoning bylaw coming into effect. Those transition provisions allow that development application to go forward under the previous zoning bylaw, and they'll have 3 years to get their building permit. For development applications that are in process, complete and in process and underway, at the time that the current zoning bylaw is repealed and a new zoning bylaw comes into effect, those applications can go forward under the former zoning bylaw, and they have 5 years to get their building permit. So this is in our draft. If, these are the terms of the transition provisions. There are certainly strategic things to consider as part of those transition provisions. They are important for avoiding appeals. Certainly, we do need to have transition provisions, but I'll be looking forward to hearing about your thoughts on the transition provisions. In Section 146, we have an important provision. If these are our dwelling equivalency provision. The new zoning bylaw has drastically simplified how we calculate density and how we regulate residential units. Basically, we're going to be counting the number of units on the lot, whether they're a principal dwelling unit or they're an additional dwelling unit under Bill 23, or whether they're a coach house. They're all considered one dwelling unit. And that just makes it a lot easier for everyone to understand what's permitted. We're not in a position of having to determine, well, what's a principal dwelling unit and what's the how many additional dwelling units are you then entitled to have? We've created this legal fiction where 1 is equal to 1. And we've made sure that that minimum permitted under the Planning Act under Section 35(1), so those amendments made to the Planning Act about additional dwelling units are looked after. They're accounted for through these dwelling equivalence permissions in section 146, and the minimum number of units that we are permitting per lot, which is 4, and which is in compliance with Bill 23. And then the last thing in part 1 that will be of interest and is important are the definitions in section 199. When the draft bylaw is released, you'll see on the right-hand column, there's a right-hand column of every page, and that column includes notes with comments to try and explain how the new provisions differ from the old, how they implement the official plan, and if they're new, what they're doing. So we've tried to do some explaining as we go, and in the draft definitions, there is that column on the right side of the page that says this is a new definition, this definition replaces the old one, and so on, to help you understand what's going on. All right, so moving on to general provisions. There are 2 of note. I've already spoken about them, so maybe I don't need to say too much, but there's section 201 about adequate services on site stormwater management. We'll be strengthening those checks to make sure that there is adequate servicing in place for water and sewer before a building permit can go ahead. And then there will be those requirements for on-site stormwater management that need to be met before a building permit can be issued. For development in particular, this is important for site plan control. Stormwater management would be covered otherwise for development that's subject to site plan control, but these provisions in section 201 will fill that regulatory gap that we have right now where we can't get stormwater management for residential development that is 10 units and less. And then in section 210, we will have those new provisions for underground structures that limit the extent to which an underground structure can go to the property line. And this is to try and make sure that we can get trees, mature trees of a good size as redevelopment occurs in neighborhoods and across the city. So moving on to the next slide, please. So in this slide, we're going to look at parts 3, 4, and 5, specific use provisions, our general setbacks and overlay provisions. So we have organized these provisions from the current zoning bylaw into these new sections. Part 3, specific use provisions. Here are the ones that you may be interested in knowing about. For home-based business provisions and home-based daycares, we have tried to broaden, to inch forward in terms of the size of business that's permitted. This is an equity issue to help small business owners who don't have a lot of equity, financial equity, start a small business. There are new permissions for low-risk food-based businesses. We've worked with Ottawa Public Health and Bylaw on this, and they are supportive of these amendments. And so we'll be interested in consulting on that as well. And just for your information, low-risk foods are shelf-stable foods. They're things like baked goods and preserves. So that's the extent that we're going so far with this. In terms of food production, the current zoning bylaw doesn't have provisions for the urban area of the city for indoor food production. And we want Ottawa to be ready in the event that a business wants to come to Ottawa and grow food indoors. There are businesses across North America and the world right now that are producing food indoors at quite a large scale. And there are also models where food is being produced indoors at a smaller scale. Of course, food production is important for resiliency, and where we can produce it close to us and consume it close to where it's being produced helps to reduce GHG emissions. So we just want to kind of future-proof Ottawa to make sure that we have these permissions in place. Small scale will be permitted in association in a broad range of zones. By small scale, I mean in buildings that are, what would you think of the size of maybe an accessory building and a little bit bigger? It's the type of business that wouldn't need daily truck traffic. And in some jurisdictions, we are seeing, say for instance, post-educational institutions, hospitals, and even high schools producing the food for their cafeterias on site. So their greens and herbs and so on. So we're trying to make a framework for that. And then for large-scale food production that's 200 square meters and over, that's when you get into truck traffic. That would be permitted indoors where light industrial use is permitted. Now, moving on to the general setbacks, an important one to know about are the setbacks from water courses and water features. The official plan included new policies in this regard. There are new definitions that will result in slightly bigger setbacks. And I guess this helps to support resiliency and it helps support water quality. And so we'll be implementing those with new definitions. The provisions themselves won't change. In terms of implementation, it's really the changing definition that results in the larger setbacks because they're measured from a different location, a little bit further from the water course or water body. We'll also be implementing new schedules that allow alternative setbacks from water courses. They're based on council-approved watershed, sub-watershed, and environmental management plans. This provides a greater level of detail and a more precise and efficient implementation of official plan policy. In some cases, those setbacks will be bigger, where the stream or water course is more sensitive. In some cases, the setbacks will be smaller, where the stream or water course is less sensitive. This is something that I've wanted to see a better implementation and more precise of these setbacks for many years. And I'm very pleased to be seeing this refinement being made to the provisions in the bylaw. And then the overlay provisions. So we've taken all of the overlays and grouped them into one part. That's part 5. In terms of the floodplain overlay, we will continue, of course, to prohibit development in the floodplain. Another key thing to know is that we did not upzone in residential areas that are in the floodplain. So the targets for the zoning is not changing. What we did is a conversion and tried to convert the existing permissions under the Zoning Bylaw 2008-250 into an equivalent zone in the new zoning bylaw. And then Section 502 is the airport influence. These are provisions that are kind of easy to miss in the current zoning bylaw because they're implemented by a schedule, and if you didn't know about the schedule, you wouldn't know to look for it. And so we've just made an overlay, and it's very evident, you know, on the zoning map, and you're alerted to it, and you can refer to those sections to know what they mean. Next slide, please. I think we skipped. Did we skip this? Oh, no, we did not. We just double and went back. Okay, parking, queuing, and loading. Important, there are no minimum parking requirements in the new zoning bylaw. Now, this is something that we want to consult on. There may be different opinions on council, and I want you to know we are committed to listening to what the issues are for councillors, and we want to respond to those. We need to make sure that this bylaw works, and we will certainly be considering these seriously. In terms of maximum parking space rates, we are applying maximum parking space rates to existing transit station areas and planned transit stations that have funding. So this is somewhat of a departure of the current strategy. I'm looking forward to hearing from councillors about your thoughts on that. Councillors and of course the public. In terms of location of parking, there will be new permissions for front yard parking outside of the downtown transect. And this is in recognition of the fact that we need to provide new ways to accommodate parking with residential development and try and minimize the area of lots used for parking and driveways. We would be permitting one parking spot in a front yard as long as there was no other parking provided on the lot. Now, this is going a certain distance in terms of providing flexibility front yard parking. And once again, we want to consult with the public and councillors on how you feel about that. Another provision would also be to recognize parking spaces, front yard parking spaces established as of September 30th, 2007 would be considered legal for zoning purposes. And this is just to untangle what is a very complicated and rather, well, extremely unwieldy and time-consuming task for considering when front yard parking spaces can be reinstated when a street is being rebuilt. This is a very contentious issue. Standards are applied differently in different parts of the city. And just from a fairness perspective and from an efficiency perspective, we're kind of wanting to hold a truce and say, if we can see on the very clear air photos that we have from September in 2007, that a front yard parking space has been established, then we will just consider the issue settled. That parking space is considered to be legal, as long as it's not causing a safety issue. From that point forward, any new front yard parking spaces established that are not in compliance with the zoning provisions in effect are not legal. So moving on to part 7. Now the housing provisions. This is the continuum of housing that I spoke about, and we are implementing policies in section 4.2 of the official plan, as well as policies regarding large dwelling units in part 3, or section 3 of the official plan. So we also include our coach house provisions in this section. You'll see here the permissions for that continuum of housing that we need to make sure that all residents of Ottawa have the potential to find a home, basically, and to find shelter. We need new opportunity and new potential for for all forms of housing can be built in the city, and these provisions implement those policies. Now, large dwelling units are something that are key to the growth management strategy. In part 3 of the official plan, there are policies that require minimum requirements for a percentage of large dwelling units for various types of residential developments in the city. So we will be having a 5% minimum large dwelling unit requirement for mid and high-rise buildings. And by large dwelling unit, we're defining that as 80 square meters or 3 bedrooms. So just for your information, 80 square meters is approximately 870 square feet. For low-rise development on lots 450 square meters or larger, on lots 450 square meters or larger, and by low-rise I mean residential development that is 4 stories or less, there will be a 15% minimum requirement for large dwelling units that are 80 square meters in size or 3 bedrooms. For the low-rise requirement of 15%, we're building on our experience with the current provisions that require a 25% minimum of large units for the R4 zone. We've been finding that is maybe a bit too high in terms of complicating that building footprint or that building floor plate in terms of the arrangement of the units. So we've settled on 15%, and we want to consult with the industry and the public on that number. The oversized dwelling unit provisions are something that are quite important as well. They're in section 709, not to be confused with the large dwelling unit provisions. Oversized dwelling units are dwelling units that have 8 bedrooms. And in the current zoning bylaw, they're limited. You can only have an oversized dwelling unit in a detached dwelling. So we're maintaining that spirit going forward. You can only have 1 oversized dwelling unit in a residential building. And it's to ensure that we don't see, a 3-unit building or with, 24 bedrooms in it. So, we're trying to strike a balance here. We're trying to increase the number of dwelling units. You can have more dwelling units, but don't inflate them with, you can have as many dwelling units as you want, basically, within the maximums for the zone. And this is just to get a reasonable number of bedrooms in each unit and not have circumventing the intent of the bylaw by manipulating the number of units. So now we're going to move to part 8. I'm going to pass the presentation on to Robert Sandercott. Robert is going to give you an overview of the new neighborhood zone provisions.
Thank you very much, Carol. Good morning, everyone. So the neighborhood zones are intended to replace the residential R1 to R5 zones of the current zoning bylaw. In general, the intent of the structure of the neighborhood zones is to move away from the current typology-based regime of the current residential zones. So for example, R1 being a detached dwelling only zone, R2 permitting specifically the typologies of detached and semi-detached and so forth, with a more form-based regime that primarily controls the built form and density, and provided that you meet those, the number of units and configuration of units in the building is less important. So the three main sections that have to do with that, Section 801 is the neighborhood zones themselves, and then Sections 802 and 803 deal with form and functional standards respectively. Form referring to standards that regulate the built form and exterior design of the building. Site functional standards in Section 803 deal with standards that essentially ensure that a residential development functions properly, and any sort of impacts of that development are as much as possible contained on that lot. A quick word about Section 804, the neighborhood commercial suffix. This is a carryover of an existing section and provision that exists in the current bylaw with some modifications. Properties that are subject to this suffix would permit more commercial uses than are permitted currently, and the general intent of the commercial suffix is to add sites that allow for small-scale commercial uses to contribute to the intent of 15-minute neighborhoods in the official plan. Next slide, please. So in discussing the neighborhood zones in further depth, I really want to start off by giving an overview of where residential zoning is at today. So the table that you see before you is one subzone of the current residential zones, R3A. So as you can see there, the main things that the subzones regulate include provisions pertaining to lot size, width, and area, provisions pertaining to the size and location of a building on that lot, maximum building height, minimum yard setbacks from lot lines, and then there are also additional provisions not seen here that are detailed within endnotes. So this is one subzone of over 140 residential subzones across the R1 through R5 zones. And this also does not include many other applicable standards that may kick in depending on where the lot is located within the city, that some of which can influence some of the requirements you see up here. Examples include what we refer to as the infill bylaw regulations, detailed in sections 139 and 144 of the current bylaw, which apply to all properties inside the Greenbelt, as well as the mature neighborhoods overlay or streetscape character analysis regulations that apply to basically the most central areas of the city in section 140 of the current bylaw. All of these affect the rules that apply to a given property. And what this means in effect is one potentially has to look through as many as 3 to 4 different sections of the bylaw, possibly in completely different parts of the bylaw, just to figure out questions as simple as, how close can I build to a lot line? So a key goal of the new zoning bylaw really is that it should be efficient, including to the layperson. And with that in mind, the new neighborhood zones consolidate these disparate regulations together in a manner that will be easier to follow while still achieving what it needs to achieve, including in terms of ensuring context-sensitive residential buildings. So what you're going to see is that the new structure consolidates these over 140 different subzones across 5 multi-page tables, one for each primary zone, into 6 primary zones, 6 subzones that apply across the entirety of the city, all of which, the meat of which is really contained within 2 tables. Next slide, please. So here's the first one, primary zones. For reference, the first 2 rows are what's actually written into the draft bylaw. The third is to really just help explain more in plain English some of what this really means. So the things that the primary zones regulate are maximum density and maximum building height. For maximum density, which controls the number of units that are permitted on a lot, we are deciding to go with a units per hectare measurement. The idea behind units per hectare, calculating the density of a development, basically you divide 1 hectare or 10,000 square meters over the area of the lot, multiply it by the number of units on that lot, that comes out to a units per hectare for that lot. So the N1 through N3 zones have varying density limits, and the idea with this measurement is that it is scalable. Lot sizes, even within a given neighborhood, can vary. Sometimes you get one street with particularly deeper lots, sometimes you get streets with lots that are narrower or shallower, and the idea is that that sort of difference in lot size should be recognized, but a larger lot should be able to get more units, a smaller lot may be limited to fewer units, but as we said earlier in the presentation, in no case on a fully serviced lot will that maximum permission be below 4 units on a fully serviced lot. So if you look at the typical number of units per lot, this is using the example of a 15-meter by 30-meter lot, 50 by 100 feet for those of you who prefer imperial. Fairly typical lot size encountered among a number of neighborhoods, particularly older urban and suburban neighborhoods in the city. N1 on this size of lot is a 4-unit permission, N2, 6 units, N3, 12 units. With respect to height, the N1 through N4 zones are all low-rise zones because the neighborhood's designation in the official plan is a low-rise designation, so they will make up the bulk of the neighborhood zones encountered. N5 and N6 being mid and high-rise zones respectively, they will generally apply to existing mid and high rises within the neighborhoods, as well as lands currently zoned to permit them zoned R5 in the current zoning bylaw. A thing to note that I will get into is that the density targets in the official plan for the neighborhood's designation, they do range typically from 40 to 60 units per hectare in the most suburban transects, such as the outer urban and suburban, up to as high as 80 to 120 units per hectare in the downtown core. So a question that will come up is, why do those zones have UPH limits that get significantly higher than those targets? And I'll explain that by going to the next slide. So the targets in the official plan are measured at an overall broad transect level. Zoning regulations, however, are very specific to the lot level. And to explain this difference, let's again take that 15 by 30 meter lot that I talked about on the previous slide. So let's imagine that we have a single detached house on that lot. That single detached house has a density of 22 units per hectare. 15 by 30, 450 square meters lot area, 10,000 divided by 450, little over 22. You replace that with 6 units, that density naturally increases 6-fold. That lot is now over 130 units per hectare. However, infill in existing neighborhoods occurs gradually. You generally do not see entire blocks, let alone entire neighborhoods, turn over at once or even in a 25-year period. On average, usually 0.5% of lots in a given neighborhood are predicted to turn over per year. And not every single development always develops to the maximum permitted density, as we will see on the next slide. So we've been talking about units per hectare, so let's use that as our unit of measurement. Let's imagine 1 hectare of land, a 1 hectare city block of these 15 by 30 lots. Let's say that that's in an N3 zone, which permits up to 12 units on that size of lot, 250 UPH. So logically, 22 units per hectare, there would be 22 units in this 1 hectare block. Let's say that over a period of 25 years, 3 of these lots are redeveloped. 0.5% per year probably comes out to about 10-12% of the neighborhood, let's say. So 10% of those lots. Let's say that 2 of these lots redevelop to the maximum density, 12 units. 1 only redevelops to 6 units. So if we do the math, 22, 3 are demolished, so 22 minus 3, and then you add 6, 12, and 12 units, that comes out to 49 units on that block. In other words, 49 units on that 1 hectare block, 49 units per hectare. If we go back to those official plan targets, that's below what's set out for the downtown core and the inner urban area. Even in the outer urban and suburban, it's really in the mid-range. So this illustrates why zoning density really does need to have caps that exceed the OP density targets if we actually want to see those transect level targets reached. Next slide, please. And this is really just to show what that may look like at a neighborhood level. Once again, there's only so many lots that are going to turn over in a given period of time. The red dashed line is intended to represent the evolving overlay, which is areas near major hubs and corridors where most of the higher density low-rise zoning will be directed. So these are the areas that will generally permit higher density compared to the interiors of neighborhoods. But even in those areas, the change is intended to, or expected to be more gradual. So this then brings up the question of how do we ensure that this change is context sensitive? And that brings us to the second table. Next slide. Subzones. So subzones regulate basically the permitted character. And basically there are 6 subzones that are essentially on a continuum from the most urban character to the most suburban character, A being the urban, F being most suburban. Characteristics of urban form include smaller lot sizes, buildings closer together and closer to the street. Conversely, suburban character generally comprises larger lots, greater spacing between buildings, and buildings also further from the street. So these subzones consequently regulate minimum lot widths as well as yard setbacks with that in mind. A thing to keep in mind is that urban character is not the same as the urban transects. Newer suburbs do have some characteristics of more urban built forms, such as smaller lots and closer setbacks. So there will be instances of the more urban subzones A through C in the outer urban and suburban transect to recognize where those occur. But overall, these are the 2 tables that would be essentially contain the primary regulations that apply to neighborhoods. So once again, over 140 subzones with their own typology-specific rules, condensed into 6 primary zones, 6 subzones that apply to all of those primary zones. 2 tables that can basically fit over a little over 1 page. Next slide, please. So neighborhood form provisions. So these regulate other standards that impact the built form of the building, including the permitted envelope. A quick note that I would point out is one of the things that this will replace is the current requirements for streetscape character analysis, which apply in the mature neighborhoods in the more central areas of the city. So the mature neighborhoods regulations are proposed to be phased out and replaced with these form regulations that really apply more broadly to the city. So these include regulations pertaining to additional setback regulations, such as averaging of front yards, maximum building depth, facade fenestration and articulation, which currently only applies to certain R4 zones, but is again things that we are looking to apply more broadly in the neighborhood zones to basically regulate the interaction with the streetscape and the design of the building. Next slide, please. Functional standards. So these are standards that are necessary to ensure functional uses associated with residential buildings are appropriately managed. Examples of these include, but are not limited to, minimum soft landscaped area, which will apply to both front and rear yards to establish preconditions for trees, waste management, ensuring that there is appropriate waste storage on site, functional paths of travel to ensure that people can get from the street to the rear yard, including for accessing waste storage. So these are intended to house those sort of functional standards, ensuring that any of the impacts of development are as much as possible contained on that lot. And that is a summary of the neighborhood zone, so I will now pass it back to Carol.
Thank you, Robert. Now it's going to be Jeff speaking about the mixed-use zones.
Thank you both, and good morning, Joint Committee. Similar to what we saw for the neighborhood zones, the work on the mixed-use zones involved consolidation of an enormous amount of subzones down to a mixed-use continuum that amounts to 9 principal zones. Pardon me. That means hubs have gone down to sections 901 to 903, ranging from H1, which is effectively the highest density and intensity zone, and will function as a successor to the MD zone that we currently have, H2 will be the middle ground, and this is going to be applied fairly widely across the city as a successor to MC zones and TD, transit zones. And then finally, H3 is what we might call the most sensitive of the hub zones. And that is going to be encompassing a lot of what is currently GM zoned today. For our corridors, we took all of those subzones and we collapsed it again back down to two parent zones. We're calling them MS1 and MS2. I apologize that it's not very creative. We're open to suggestions on better marketing. And the dichotomy between them is going to be familiar to us in the sense that MS1 is inheriting a lot of the TM zones. It's meant for parts of the city that are older. They have compact lot fabric, narrower streets. MS2 is going to resemble our AN zones to a degree. And these are meant for parts of the city with larger right-of-ways and generally larger lots. For both the hubs and the corridors, we've done quite a bit of work in terms of aligning permitted uses, simplifying the list of them, and essentially just getting rid of a lot of the idiosyncrasies that were left in our zoning bylaw after consolidation. And then finally, sort of at the lower end of that spectrum or continuum of mixed-use zones, we have minor corridors and neighborhood mixed use. And these are really going to be our means, as Carol had mentioned, of bringing services and amenities into or closer to neighborhoods and where people live. Just to comment on the general height strategy here. So we are implementing maximum heights where secondary plans apply. We're implementing heights as directed by that secondary plan. Now, the quantity and coverage of secondary plans, especially around hubs and PMTSAs, really dictated a lot of our strategy. And in fact, the extent to which it is extensive has really forced us to take secondary plans as one of the primary units of analysis in this work. Further, as a result of this, analytical work is continuing subsequent to this draft. We still have a lot of work to do in terms of untying the knots that we find our policy framework in. And so that's going to continue through to draft one as we consult. Outside secondary plans, we have a broader question. And in response, we're aiming for a general framework that, similar to the end zones, increases flexibility and scalability of the potential development on any given lot. Unlike the case for the end zones, any strategy for mixed-use zones is going to be bound by the official plan's commitments relating to height transitions, including angular planes, which I know have had mixed popularity and mixed reviews. We are trying to be very critical about how these things are applied and very pragmatic about the realities of city building with angular planes in effect. Can we see the next slide, please? So think of this diagram as a sort of elevation drawing, as if we're looking at a hypothetical lot side on, and that's kind of our picture of a general transition strategy for lands outside of secondary plans. We worked first from a corridor context, just given the predictable way that we can expect corridors to transition, being linear. They're always going to be abutting some kind of surrounding mixed use, residential use area. And then we're going to be modifying the strategy up or down, so to speak, for the other mixed use contexts. Fundamentally, the idea is that heights increase with distance from abutting low-rise Here we have a system of, height ribbons going from 6 to 9, and then to high-rise with 18 or 25, depending on lot depth. A key element in this is we're looking at doing an inflection point after a certain distance or a certain amount of transition. The idea being that after, in this example pictured, after about 30 meters, you've done the transition for the most sensitive parts of the site, or the most sensitive relationships spatially. And then you want to start looking at a shift or a break in the angular plane to start making high-rise development realistic. Could we see the next slide, please? And so the outcome of this, I apologize for the amount of text on it, but the outcome of this is that we're hoping a predictable graduation of height permissions means that expected heights of buildings can scale reliably with lot depth. Now picture these as the image shown here is really different expressions of the same set of zoning principles. And imagine those colored blocks really as translucent. They're not really supposed to represent buildings here. And to be quite honest, we don't care if your building looks like a wedding cake or a ziggurat. The real idea here, or what we do care about, is transition to surrounding neighborhoods. And that's why we're specifying all this transition as setbacks from lot lines rather than step backs from the face of the building as provided. So the idea is that we expect builders to fill that volume as they see fit with a building that is affordable to build, straightforward and efficient. Same caveat we've been offering throughout this presentation is that we're not married to this strategy. We consider it a framework to serve as a point of departure for future consultation. And we're looking forward to getting more data points and perspectives on this. Just one more slide from me, please. Yeah. So this is just a graph showing the frequency of lot depths on corridors. And we've modeled this, or we've done the similar analysis in hubs and minor corridors, and just generally looking to understand, given what we know about feasible building floor plates, pardon me, what is the likely outcome of development on these lots? And so for, a great majority of lands in the city, we're looking at parcels that are supportive of mid-rise. And we're interested in making it, straightforward and sensible to do mid-rise. And it's really, when it comes to high-rise and, making as of right permissions where we can have a clear and unambiguous sense that the transition can be provided, we're really looking at the top, 15 to 20% of lots in the city. And, that kind of helps to scope down the idea of, what problems we're trying to solve and where. That's all for me. Carol, thank you.
All right, thank you, Jeff. I'll move on with the remainder of the overview of the bylaw. I'm going to be quite quick for these last slides. So Part 10, Part 11, and Part 12. For these parts of the bylaw, we're really doing a conformity exercise with the official plan. For Part 10, the industrial and transportation zones, we have two new official plan designations, industrial and logistics and mixed industrial. We've taken the areas of industrial lands that are subject to these designations and created new zones in some cases, an industrial and logistics zone and a mixed industrial zone, and converted the existing zones into those new zones. It's a harmonization exercise. Where possible, we've expanded the range of permitted uses, but of course, always in keeping with the policies for employment areas in the official plan for these designations. For institutional, recreation, and green space, we have new zones. Basically, it's a harmonization. We are building the zones off of the names of the designations in the official plan and harmonizing those provisions and just carrying them forward. For special districts, we've created special district zones. And once again, for most of the special districts, there weren't specific directions for the zoning bylaw. So we've carried forward the core areas of those special districts. For instance, in the Byward Market Special District, we have the MD and MD2 mixed use downtown and mixed use downtown subzone 2. And we've taken those zones and converted them into a Byward Market Special District zone. The official plan does contemplate secondary plans for certain special districts. And so when those secondary plans are done, these special district zones will be placeholders for implementation of whatever new policies come into the plan for those arising from those secondary plans. They can be implemented in the zoning bylaw using those special district zones. For the Canada North Economic District, we've created placeholder zone provisions, and these are just to make sure that if the zoning bylaw comes into effect in December of 2025 and the community planning permit system for Canada North is not yet in full force and effect, that we will have some zoning provisions in effect for that area of the city. Next slide, please. For the rural zones, we've carried forward all of the rural zones. We've tried to reorganize them to make them clearer and easier to use. One change for the rural area is the policy framework for mineral aggregates. In the official plan, when it was approved, a mineral aggregate overlay was approved as part of those policies, and it just meant that we needed a new mechanism in the zoning bylaw to implement the intent of that mineral aggregate overlay. As you know, the general overall policy implementation result is the same. It's just that we're using a new tool. And we'll look forward to consulting on that to make sure it's working properly and all those gears are smoothly turning for that policy framework. And also in the rural area, there are some new rural industrial designations, and we've created rural industrial zones for those areas of the city and carried forward whatever rural industrial zones were in effect in those parts of the city, and just consolidated and harmonized them into this more clear and organized framework to implement those rural industrial designations. Next slide, please. Now, wrapping up, exceptions, citywide schedules, and area-specific schedules. We have quite a bit of work to do going ahead. In this first draft, we've created a primary zone and subzone framework to consult on, but we haven't modified any of those schedules and exceptions yet. We need to get some feedback on those primary zones and subzones on all of our strategies before we start to get in and modify those very detailed provisions in exceptions and schedules that rely on those primary zones and subzones. So there's an order of operations here. Our intent, once we get a certain point in the consultations, which will be very soon, is to begin work on reviewing those exceptions and schedules and determining where they need to be modified to accord with the new primary and subzone provisions, where they may no longer be needed. We found all sorts of interesting things, like perhaps we have a schedule number 4, but it is not used. So, zoning bylaws are so complicated. We've been doing a lot of, housekeeping and taking note of things like that to clean up our exceptions and schedules. The zoning map is included in Part 18, and it's included in the table of contents and will be approved as part of the bylaw. And it's important that it's included as part of the bylaw, so it's approved when the bylaw itself is approved by council. And then Part 19 is the amendment schedule. And of course, it has nothing in it right now and won't until the bylaw comes into effect. But I anticipate one of the first amendments to go in that amendment schedule is our first anomaly report, because Our experience with Zoning Bylaw 2008-250 is that we are going to be moving so fast and responding to comments from the public about errors or things that need to be changed. It's not possible to get them all before council right at that last minute, up to the very last minute, and we'll be going in and making changes to fix errors in the new bylaw and to avoid appeals and so on. So could I have the next slide, please? So next steps. Public consultations begin as soon as that draft is issued at the end of May. We'll be looking forward to receiving many comments. I anticipate thousands of comments. We'll be logging all of them and preparing responses. And in draft 2 of the report, we will be including a very lengthy document that summarizes comments received and how staff responded and what changes were made. I also anticipate in that draft 2 report, including highlights of key issues that you may want to make decision points on. And we will more than likely to help organize that process in draft 2 where big decisions are made, for instance, about maximum heights and height transition on the basis of what I hope are lengthy and well-informed and constructive conversations about these issues over the next year, that we can arrive at a place where staff will be presenting some options for you to consider in terms of these key issues to help to keep these discussions well organized and orderly at committee. The next time you see me with draft 2, I want to make sure that you have the information that you need, the pros and cons of each of these options going ahead, that we're all transparent about what we've heard, and you have the right information before you to make decisions and give us directions for draft 3. I think it's really important that we have a very organized and well-informed information for you for draft 2, so that when we come forward to you with draft 3, we have our marching orders, we implement them in draft 3, you'll see them, and we'll be in good shape for that point at which you decide to approve the bylaw, hopefully in December 2025. And in the event we have to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal, we will have firm decisions from council with your intentions to defend before the tribunal. So once again, work begins now really in earnest. The team has worked very hard to date, and we're going to continue working, listening to comments. Our active public consultations will begin in earnest in the fall. We're going to give people time to digest what's before them. And now that concludes our presentation. Actually, just one last thing. I'd like to thank the zoning team for going above and beyond, as well to Randall Rogers' team in mapping for the wonderful work they've done for us on the zoning map. I haven't given you many previews of it. We will have 3D schedules in our schedules going forward to help people understand and interpret those complex height schedules. And eventually our new zoning map, which will be in color, will interface with the 3D twin. So I want to thank them and the wonderful and very dedicated staff on the zoning team going forward, as well Dave Wise, who was a key mastermind for many of the strategies in this document going forward. And thank you. We look forward to, now I'd like any questions that you have.
Thank you very much, Carol. Just on behalf of Chair DeRuz and I, thank you very much to you and your team's work on this. You've been presenting for over an hour, and you have only scratched the surface of what is in the comprehensive zoning bylaw. We have a lot of work to do. I know that you are committed to doing that work with us, and I look forward to finally getting this bylaw in place in December 2025. But thank you so much for the work that you've already done. Members of the Joint Committee, there are 15 delegations, which I think is an hour and a quarter or so of delegation plus any comments and questions for the delegations. So what I'm proposing is just to blast on through. I want to thank committee members who have not brought, to my knowledge, any motions today. We're going to receive this report in the spirit in which it's presented, which is to pass the committee or the staff recommendations and get on with consulting the public, an exciting time. So I will just go straight into delegations. There are, first, Angela Keller-Herzog, who's going to be followed by William Van Geest, and then Robert Brinker. Angela, can staff just help Angela with the appropriate seat, please, and thank you. Angela, the normal rules apply. You've got 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee, at which point members can ask questions. We're in your hands.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for entertaining the public to this joint committee meeting. My presentation will be just on the trees and zoning to give it some focus, as the zoning bylaw discussion is rather vast. Next slide, please. So I'm going to blast through the front section to be able to get to the recommendations at the end. I think most of you guys know cafes. We're a network of local environment and climate leaders. Next slide, please. The presentation is looking at a couple of extra dimensions, but then we'll end up on tree metrics-based recommendations. So we've tried to look at this issue from a tree-centric perspective. What is really needed for trees to survive? Next slide, please. In terms of the context, I think you're all aware that we're losing canopy for a variety of reasons that you also know about. Next slide, please. We also know that the benefits of trees are very multidimensional, ranging from mental health to safety to real estate values and so forth. Health, obviously. Next slide, please. The PowerPoint presentation that I'm giving to you is underpinned by a short position paper that was put together by a team of volunteers and also lots of heavy lifting by my colleague Erica Shardlow. And you've all received copies of version 1.0. So we too are in a learning mode, so there may be future editions. Next slide, please. In terms of applying the equity lens, that too applies to urban forest. And for sure, if we were to apply it equally, we wouldn't get the equitable outcome. So we need to, again, be context sensitive to get equitable outcomes. Next slide, please. One of the in-depth insights that we learned about in doing this these studies in this paper is the importance of integrating stormwater management and trees. And that's one big comment that we have on the city work, which mostly proceeds in silos, whereas other cities such as Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver, and other countries have made strides in terms of the technical specifications for this integration. Next slide, please. So in terms of section 201 on-site stormwater management, we have recommendations including that we should provide technical guidance to builders on how infiltration and catchment basins can be installed underneath trees and green space. So the insight really is that these two functional uses of space can be stacked vertically. Next slide, please. In terms of the spatial requirements, we've connected heights of trees with soil volumes and area required, and going through quite a lot of literature, and the paper has references. The main takeaway for you now perhaps would be that a medium tree requires around 30 meters cubed, which is what the Draft 1 zoning bylaw speaks to, and that translates to an area requirement of 5.3 times 5.3 meters. Next slide, please. So that means for us to have a medium-sized tree, which is really what you need to get canopy, we need to have setbacks of 6 meters, or like 5 to 6 meter front yard and backyard setbacks. And 3 meters will not get us that shade-giving tree unless we have right-of-way space to also go into. Next slide, please. So these kinds of front yards that you see on these pictures are not what we want to see. They're completely impervious. Next slide, please. And in terms of the rear yards, we think we need to firm up for a minimum contiguous 25 square meters of space, again, to get trees. Next slide, please. In terms of parking, we very much support the city's position to eliminate the parking minimums. We also think laneway width should be restricted, and also for larger parking lots, there should be a standard of one soft landscaped space to have a tree for every 5 parking spaces. Next slide, please. So we started out on this journey of doing this tree study and paper before we knew how the draft 1 zoning bylaw was going to come out. We are overall extremely happy to see this draft 1 and all the attention that you've paid to the urban canopy issue. We will be looking a bit more at how complete streets policy will be reflected in the street functional requirements so that we can require shade trees on corridors. And I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. I don't see any questions from members for you. Thank you very much for the delegation today. Oh, there he is. Sean? Sorry, Councillor Devine.
No worries. I wanted to see if committee members had questions first. Angela, thank you for your presentation, which was blisteringly quick. I'm not sure if there was one thing. So in general, I was really happy to see Section 201, the policy on stormwater on-site management. I'm really interested in seeing what comes of that. Angela, I believe, as you were going through the slides there really quickly, I believe I saw something on that issue where you said there was no mention of trees in that policy. I'm not sure, I haven't read the policy, so I'm not sure if it's true. But if so, could you speak briefly to the linkage? Because I understand trees play a role in stormwater management. I haven't read Section 201, but you say there's no mention of trees in Section 201. Can you speak to the linkage between trees and their effectiveness in stormwater management?
Yes, absolutely. So there's a competition of space, right? And I think that we've thought a lot about the competition between housing versus parking versus trees, but we haven't done as much thinking in terms of how does stormwater management then need space and how does that fit into the equation. And the way that the city teams work is very siloed on this. So supposedly we have one tiny pilot that integrates stormwater management and trees, which is the space for 2 little trees. And the way it works is that you put the tree on top, you give it enough soil, but then you have engineered infrastructure underneath that has like a catchment basin so that the rainwater that comes down quickly is then caught in the basement and then only dispensed to the main stormwater piping at the speed that it can handle it. So there's flow controls. And this is called attenuation. So there's infiltration and attenuation.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. And please don't stand on ceremony or stand on protocol with respect to the order in which questions will be asked. I'll just be taking first come, first serve as my normal practice at this committee. Angela, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation, which leads to William Van Geest, followed by Robert Brinker, and then Paul Goodkey. Good morning, William. Welcome to the Joint Committee. You will have 5 minutes whenever you're ready to make a presentation. We are in your hands.
Thank you very much. I think there's a slideshow as well. I'm not sure if it's possible to bring that up. Thank you. And you can hear me okay, right? Perfect. Okay. Looks like we're good to go. So thanks very much for the opportunity to address you today. I'm doing so on behalf of Ecology Ottawa, as you can see, and I'll be addressing impervious surfaces, so a little similar to Angela's presentation a minute ago. So in general, it's great to see the zoning bylaw seeking to limit impervious surfaces. At a minimum, this will help us manage stormwater, as we just discussed. Limiting pavement in particular will reduce the amount of salt that makes it into our water courses through winter. And more permeable surfaces also means more planting opportunities, which of course means strengthening our ecosystems and even increasing our tree canopy with all the human and ecological benefits that come with that. Now to some specifics. So I've got 3 topics I'd like to hit, the first of which is front yard car parking, which is section 604. So we were pleased to see the report largely limit front yard parking to where it replaces a driveway and frees up more space for the front facade. We want to make sure, however, that front yard parking is limited to such cases. That is to say that the creation of front yard parking be restricted. We heard in the staff presentation was a little bit different from what we read in the report, so we'll be tracking this. Instead, the city should expand its on-street parking program. To support this, I brought photos of 3 streets near my home in Centertown. Next slide, please. Thank you. You'll see that the paved surface is about 9 to 11 meters from curb to curb. We measured it yesterday, depending on the street. I took these photos at about 6:45 p.m. During work days, except for one of them, which is a Saturday. But the work days, of course, after most people have come home from work. These streets, as you can see, are nearly empty, and they're also one-way streets. And Centertown is, of course, one of the densest neighborhoods in the city. My point, of course, is that the space for parking is already there. We should use it before we add to the 25% of the city's urban area that's already impervious. Paving front yards is especially misguided because they're right next to the street, a huge swath of existing impervious surface. Keeping front yards permeable is therefore all the more important. Even better is if we plant front yards. Trees in particular will improve stormwater management, as just discussed, and provide shade and shelter for people walking and otherwise spending time in the street area. City Council has been discussing stormwater management in several contexts recently, and I know the infrastructure master plan is of course under review. This zoning bylaw is an excellent opportunity to address the challenges these measures confront, but in ways that are inexpensive, ecological, and beneficial to humans. So next I'll talk about parks, section 215. The city's current practice with parks is to make them big. Large parks are great and especially important when there are existing natural features like Hampton Forest, Hogsback Falls, or when there's a sports field or 2. But we also need to think about parks within neighborhoods. More neighborhood parks mean that everyone has green space near them and will help us meet our commitment to 15-minute neighborhoods. Particularly when planted with native plants and trees, neighborhood parks can also mean wildlife can integrate into and travel through our city. And of course, they can help prevent flooding and cool our communities. We'd especially love to see more parkettes. I brought 2 examples of parkettes from my old neighborhood in Montreal that occupy 1 and 2 lots respectively. So next slide, please. Great. Yeah, it's a little bit dim to see. There's a playground in each of them and just generally treed. While these images don't look like a lot in Google Maps, I can tell you they're very, very welcome oases for humans and wildlife alike. And in fact, our official plan commits to parkettes. Next slide, please. The city shall seek opportunities for urban plaza and parkettes that, alongside recreational uses, consider cultural development opportunities, such as providing space for performances, exhibitions, commemoration, and ceremony. I would also add to this food and habitat for wildlife. Parkettes, I noticed, are not mentioned in the report before us, and we think that they should be. Finally, drive-throughs, section 308. I don't have time to discuss the details in the report, but I do need to point out just how much impervious surface these involve. To lend some perspective, I'm showing an overhead shot of a fairly standard drive-through at Hung Club and Bank. So next slide, please. So that's on the left side, the fairly standard drive-through. Next to it, I've included a photo of Dundonald Park at the same scale. As you see, the park is about double the size of the drive-through, but it offers a rich treed haven for many species of birds and other animals. There's also a playground, tables, gardens, and benches, and we often have festivals there too.
William, that's your time.
Okay.
Do you have a final point or two?
Sure, I was just going to make a similar comparison with the Byward Market on the right there. In closing, just to say that our city will be better for everyone if we preserve and steward well the permeable surface that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I do see a question for you from Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. In terms of drive-throughs, that was something that I was looking at as well. And one of the things that I see is, I can't get rid of them all, but in terms of transit corridors with the rapid bus lanes, such as Carling, that might be something that comes up because...
How are you?
Sorry.
Part of your mark.
I don't know what that was. Anyway, I just wanted to get your feedback on that because that's something I've passed on too, that it is problematic, and not only does it take up the paved space that they use, but it extends right into the street often. But it's very problematic. So just wanted to get your feedback on that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor. Yeah, we absolutely need to be increasing our bus rapid transit, and Carling is a perfect example of that, just to get people through more efficiently than we currently are. And those backups that I think we've all seen around drive-throughs, completely, work in opposition to that. So that's definitely, I think, like a strong reason among many to really restrict drive-throughs. But another one I think of is that these high transit corridors these are precisely where we want to densify and where we want to add housing. And the land use in these with these drive-throughs is just very, very terrible. It's so sprawling. So I think that's another, I don't think in the housing crisis that we see, apart from also the climate crisis, we can't be, encouraging this sort of land use in these high transit corridors, as you mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, William. Thanks for being here. I just wanted to let you know that I'm actively looking to buy land to make parkats because we have such a large balance in our cash and lieu parkland fund because, as you know, we have the lowest percentage of green space in the NCR, and we have a lot of developments that just give us money because there's no land for them to dedicate. So, and also if you want to see a cool little parkat, I don't know if you've seen the one on Arlington Street. It's Arlington near Bay. It's a former house that's now a little park.
I don't know it. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah. There's a full play
great.
structure. Like it's really well used. So anyway, thank you very much for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, William. I don't see any further questions for you. Appreciate the delegation.
Thank you.
Our next three delegates are Robert Brinker, then Paul Goodkey, then Brandon Lind. Normally when I do my welcomes at the beginning of planning, I have a very special and warm welcome, and I had intended to provide my very special and warm welcome to Robert this morning. So Robert, welcome to committee. We're in your hands.
Thank you very much. Good morning, chairs and committee members. The FCA, Federation of Citizen Associations representing 70 community groups across Ottawa, would like to make the following comments to the staff report on the first draft of the new comprehensive zoning bylaw. First, we would like to thank the zoning team around Carol Woody, David Weiss, and Robert Sanders Scott for their work and the stakeholder meetings we held over the years together with the industry. Last year in September, while attending one of the open houses, I asked Carol Woody to be bold with the draft, and I have to say she delivered. As expected, the allowed densities are coming to a shock to many of our members, but we will have to see the actual bylaw by the end of May to fully understand the impacts. If we are serious about reaching desired densities in the next 25 years, why are we not proposing minimum densities too? We applaud the focus on dialogue and listening in the public engagement document. We are willing and committed to offer assistance to the city by organizing workshops for our members and non-member citizen associations during the new zoning bylaw development process and providing feedback to the city. In return, the FCA asked the city to make the necessary documentation and maps available in print form for the FCA workshops on the new zoning bylaw. Our recommendations regarding the public consultations are as followed. First, rebuilding trust with citizens need to be the major driving goal in this exercise of reshaping the city. Trust in the city consultation process needs to be measured and reported back at the end of this 19-month process. Second, anchor the development of the new zoning bylaw in the city's public engagement strategy and measure success according to agreed metrics set out in its commitments. Undertake an independent evaluation of at the beginning of the consultation to accompany the process. The purpose should be assist staff and administration to gain skills and knowledge in implementing the city's 7 guiding principles as set out in the council-approved public engagement strategy. Fourth, focus resources on in-person stakeholder workshops and community meetings, not just online. In-person open houses or meetings should be scheduled during the month of June to October 2024. Maps of each ward, showing the result of the planning changes should be made readily available, either in printed form or through the digital twin. Reach out to low-income neighborhoods who have little access to computer cell phones. Special measures need to be designed to include all income levels. 8. Because the new zoning bylaw is reflective of the official plan, which cannot be changed at this time, city staff should clarify what components of the zoning bylaw are open to change, what is open to interpretation, and what is a given. This will reduce frustration and promote trust among stakeholders. The FCA is glad to see a report back commitment under which the city will let stakeholders know how their input influenced the decisions and why their suggestions were not retained. And last, a new culture of consultation should be promoted where the citizen's point of view is treated with respect and the city strives to understand better the needs, views, and concerns of its residents. Thank you, Chair and committee members.
Robert, thank you very much. A lot of excellent points in there, well taken. Councillor Brockington?
Thank you, Chair. Just one question for Ed. Thank you, first of all, Mr. Brinker, for your presentation today, and not just your personal engagement, but that of the FCA as well with the official plan and now the bylaw review. The FCA has been very, very engaged. You raised something that I raised during my briefing last week, and that is, how do we engage the average citizen who has no idea what we're working on and has no idea what's coming and has no idea what the impacts will be over the next number of decades? You don't have to answer this today, but what I would like from the FCA and other stakeholders is, how do we engage the average resident to ensure that they're aware of what we are tackling, they're aware of what the potential impacts can be, not just citywide, but within their own neighborhoods, and that there's a general understanding of the magnitude of what we're tackling. If you have thoughts, I'd be happy to hear them.
Our point of view is community association are a middleman between the city and the residents. We can help out the city very much. So we can hold local workshops for our residents. We can flyer the neighborhoods to inform them, but we cannot do it on our own. I printed the 3 maps last weekend at Staples, and it cost me $100. So not everybody can afford this. So we need the city's help to help us to help you. We can hold workshops in our neighborhoods, but firstly, we have to be educated by the city. So not just an online meeting, please, online engagement. Have a meeting with us, have a workshop for the community associations so we can go out to the public. Please let us do that. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Robert. I don't see any further questions for you. Appreciate the delegation today. Going to Paul Goodkey and then Brandon Lind, followed by Carolyn McKenzie.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there he is. Good morning, Paul. We can hear you. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the Joint Committee.
Thanks very much. So Councillor Brockington just hit on my topic. I'm really disappointed with the public consultation to date. I know it's really difficult, and now we have something with more meat in it. But I thought the discussion papers were great. Really, really good. And there was a survey, and looking at the results of the surveys, I'm blown away that, on average, there was only 131 comments to these surveys. 131 comments from the public, and probably not just the public. I'm sure that lots of the industry were piping in to the surveys also, but the public, in my opinion, is not engaged. I am engaged. I don't know why I'm engaged. I've been involved in the zoning bylaws since 2010, when we went back to the infill studies. And during that time, like, there'd be 30 of us sitting down with Al Mengalese and Beth DeMarias, and we would be back and forth, and there was several meetings, and there was, community people that knew about the zoning bylaws and were engaged like I am. But I feel that hasn't happened to date, and I think it's really, really important that it does happen. The online stuff just doesn't work, and yeah, COVID was a factor in that, but I was really encouraged to hear Carol say constructive consultations, because that's meaning. I've been saying we need meaningful consultations where you go back and forth, not where you're just given information. And maybe now we're at a stage where, there's enough presented to really have constructive consultations. That's about all I had to say. Thanks very much.
Paul, thank you for your presentation. I see that Councillor Menard has some questions for you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Paul, for expressing your views, and I've seen some of the email back and forth on this, and certainly do hope that now that some more details are released, that dialogue back and forth with community groups who know their zoning best, usually in their neighborhoods, can occur, as you're saying. I did want to just pick your brain for a second on any issue or a couple issues that you may have, or what's the top issue that you might raise as part of these discussions, in terms of either, happiness or concern? Is there something that you wanted to communicate to be on people's radar, I suppose, as part of the release of these original suggestions or consultation documents that staff have put out?
No, I don't think this is the time really to get into the details. It's really difficult. I'm involved with the FCA. I'm involved with cafes. I think that everybody's on, they're ready. The people are ready, or enough people are ready to have, constructive consultations. I'm disappointed. To date, I'm really disappointed that we haven't had it, because, as you know, and I've copied you and Councillor Leeper on, questions that I've asked, comments that I've made, and I haven't got a response. And maybe I've got a response for some of them, somewhere else, but I haven't got a response. When I made 22-page submission on the design guidelines, and you look at all of the diagrams in that, and the illustrations, and it just makes you scratch your head. Wait a minute, that document was no good. And I didn't get a response. The urban design guideline team punted stuff to the zoning bylaw team. I don't know if they're talking. I got an email from Charmaine, says she's looking for, it's like, and you don't get a detailed response. And I understand that. It's difficult, because the response that's given to me should be given to everybody. And so just hoping going forward, the public will get engaged, because it's really, really important. It's a major change. You're gonna, I'm thinking about my lot, Councillor Menard. I'm on a 12-meter wide by 90 meter, or no, 40 feet by 90 feet. It's a little lot. It's in the evolving overlay. I wouldn't want somebody to come. I'm not going to sell my property, but right across the street there's a property, and that'll be just a huge change to have a minimum of 12 units across the street from it. And I don't think the public knows that. I mean, we're talking, we look at what was presented to us and we're talking about the basic lot, 15 meters. Well, my lot isn't 15 meters, but my lot can be severed into 6 meters wide and 4 units on each lot, 8 units. But I mean, yikes. I mean, what's that going to, this is a major change, and the people don't know. They just don't know. So thanks very much for all the work that's going on, and there's a lot of work to do.
Paul, thanks very much for that, and certainly be raising with staff around the consultation to come on this. And I think what you're talking about is getting in a room and having that dialogue. And to that end, I think Elaine Miguelez and people like David Wise, would do a lot of that in the past. And I know that we want to see that as well going forward with the documents that have been released recently. So thanks for being here and for your work on this so far.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Paul, thank you very much. I don't see any further questions for you. We'll move on to Brandon Lind, who's going to be followed by Carolyn McKenzie, and then Dan Rutsabingwa.
Hi all, can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you very much. Welcome to the committee. You have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Perfect. Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Sorry I couldn't be there in person today, but thanks for having me. My name is Brandon Lind, and I'm an intern architect and urban designer who is passionate about the design and sustainable growth of Ottawa. First off, I'd like to congratulate the Zoning Bylaw team. This is a significant document that I'm sure does not adequately represent the amount of behind-the-scenes work needed to get to this point. It builds off and implements the policies in the official plan, which is also a strong policy document. As I'm sure most of you are aware, the zoning bylaw update is also extremely needed to allow Ottawa to grow in the way most of us want, a way that is sustainable, focused around our huge investment in transit and largely through infill development. So please do not lose momentum on this document. It is so important. There are lots of positives in this draft of the zoning bylaw, including eliminated parking minimums, simplified residential zones, increasing small scale commercial in neighborhoods, and proposed heights on major and minor corridors, to name a few. With my time, I'd like to discuss the height transition strategies for hubs, major and minor corridors. I understand staff's goal of developing a tool to solve the angular plane requirements. However, I feel that what is proposed currently will significantly restrict development and will lead to substantial amendments on a project-by-project basis. First, I'd like to talk about the concept or idea of the angular plane, the wedding cake building, or the transition, however you want to call it. This has time and time again been shown to negatively impact development and was largely created to appease existing homeowners based on little research or data. First, every step back required are potential homes not making it to the market. Think of extruding a box, now chop off a corner of the box to fit within an angular plane. All that mass that you've chopped off could have been homes. Second, the step back typology adds cost and complexity to the development process. Every time a building steps back, a new floor plate needs to be designed. This is cost that clients need to use on design to have further refinements. Third, it is proven that stepbacks negatively impact the sustainability of buildings. As the presentation at the start of the meeting mentioned, a key focus of the official plan and zoning bylaw is to respond to climate change. Stepbacks increase carbon emissions and decrease building envelope performance. Every corner that is added to a building is another detail to develop, which are often the weak points of our buildings where we lose most of our energy. Looking at the strategy proposed in the zoning bylaw, I'm specifically concerned that it would overly restrict development above 6 stories on our minor and major corridors, specifically on our major corridors. The diagrams contained in the zoning bylaw draft indicate that 75% of lots on main streets and 84% of lots on minor corridors are less than 40 meters deep. When you add in any required front yard setbacks, this will make anything higher than 6 stories unachievable on the vast majority of these lots. A double-loaded corridor floor plate typically needs anywhere from 18 meters to 22 meters depth, depending on unit layouts, corridor width, structure, building envelope wall thickness, etc. Our wall assemblies will be getting thicker to provide more energy-efficient buildings, and we want to be providing bigger units to accommodate family-sized units. All of this will be making our floor plates deeper, which will conflict with the proposed height transition strategy. Although the official plan is bold by proposing 9 stories and more on major and minor corridors, the way the height transition strategy is currently written, it will limit the majority of these properties to 6. Finally, to finish up, I'd like to mention a timely tweet from one of the most prominent urbanists working in Canada today, Brent Todarian. His tweet stated, "We often talk about cities doing great things that inspire us, and I usually don't spend much time bashing other cities even when they deserve it. But there are special cities that just should be so much better than they are." And he writes, "Ottawa comes to mind for me." This is one of the most prominent urbanists in Canada working today, and when he's thinking of cities that could be better, he references Ottawa. I hope that the rest of the zoning bylaw discussion, you keep this in mind and ensure that we continue to be bold in our zoning bylaw update. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brandon. There is no question. We really appreciate your present. Oh, sorry, Councilor Gower.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brandon, for your presentation. You've articulated a lot of your concerns about the proposed height transitions. Should there be, or how would you achieve transition? Because the official plan requires transition or appropriate transition. Do you have any alternative recommendations for how we could achieve that?
Not off the top of my head. That's obviously a big thing to answer quickly. I think I'm specifically concerned with the disconnect between what the official plan is looking for and what the zoning bylaw will allow for in terms of, I think it was, I'm just looking at the draft, it was within 20 meters of the abutting low-rise zone, it would have to be a 6-story height maximum. But when the majority of our properties or our lots are under 40 meters deep, that won't allow for that. So potentially something that could be looked at is maybe instead of 20 meters setback from the rear property line, it could be something like 15 meters, which would then allow to have a floor plate deep enough that you could get higher than 6 stories on those lots that we're targeting on major corridors to be taller than 6 stories.
Okay, yeah, I think the transition is one of the areas of the official plan that we might see some iterations or different approaches considered. So, if you are aware of other approaches to transitions in other cities or other ideas that might be out there on how to achieve appropriate transition from high-rise to a neighboring low-rise zone, for example, I'm certainly interested in hearing that and would encourage you to reach out offline or participate in the other engagement opportunities as we go. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gower. I see there is any more question. There is none. Thank you very much, Brandon, for your presentation this morning. Our next speaker is Caroline McKenzie from Walkable, Ottawa. Good morning, and thank you for being here with us this morning.
Good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with this committee this morning. My name is Carolyn McKenzie, and this morning I'm actually here in my capacity as Director of Walkable Ottawa, not with the GCA, different hat. Walkable Ottawa is a non-profit volunteer organization focused on developing practical solutions for enhancing 15-minute neighborhoods. First of all, I'd like to commend staff for a lot of hard work and frankly creativity that they have brought in developing this document. There are many good moves and signals of moves to come. There are also, of course, many details still to come. So my comments, I'm going to keep them at a pretty high level here today in anticipation of further conversations. I'd like to pick up on the conversations and the discussions so far about meaningful consultations. I think it's going to be extremely important on this, as far as developing further development of the zoning proposal, that we really truly engage community members, including obviously residents, but the development industry and other knowledgeable stakeholders. This means real conversations, and I say conversations rather than discussions even, but a conversation implying a two-way exercise of the trade-offs and the implications of these proposals. It can't be a one-way sharing of information from the city. It shouldn't be what we've seen in many instances, in some cases, of course, through necessity, a lot of Zoom meetings with Q&As where questions are asked, answers, best effort to provide answers, and yet not really answering many questions and no opportunity or limited opportunity for follow-up or real conversation. It's not going to help us get to a place where we need to be in terms of problem solving the many issues that we have before us. Our new official plan also talked about how important 15-minute neighborhoods would be to achieving our overall objective of Ottawa becoming the most livable mid-sized city in North America. So the proposed zoning bylaw, which will have a huge impact on the design of our neighborhoods in the future, must always be viewed through this lens, in my view. As we did extensively regarding development of Ottawa's new official plan, Walkable Ottawa will be providing detailed written comments on this document. So today I'd just like to highlight perhaps just a few things that have jumped out at me, and we'll get in anticipating again, we'll be getting into the details later. Parking, it's a big issue, and as we intensify, and until we have adequate transit to support 15-minute neighborhoods properly, it's going to be an issue. Many people will simply still need cars. Some people will always need a car. For those that don't, the proposal to allow builders to choose not to provide parking will enhance housing affordability by removing such a significant cost to housing. So I think that's a good thing. But we need to be careful. This document also signals that front yard parking will be allowed. That's a big move. A big move in the sense that, it already exists by stealth, I'll say, in many neighborhoods, mine included, already. What's not clear are the conditions or criteria that will be applied to actually allow it. These conditions will need to be made fully clear and strongly aligned with other requirements for what needs to be in our front yards, including trees, permeability of land, and so on. And Ecology Ottawa had raised the issue of using the on-street parking. We've got a lot of space on our streets as it is, so let's look to those first. But where those options are exhausted, let's look to front yard parking as one potential solution. Walkable Ottawa has also raised in the past the issue of allowing transitional parking lots within neighborhoods. In other words, to allow developers to provide parking to residents of infill buildings at off-site locations, where again, other options simply do not exist, until such time as transit and other important features of a walkable neighborhood catch up. There is some mention in this document that I've seen of communal parking lots. I think communal and perhaps transitional are synonyms with respect to planned unit developments. When I read it, it occurred to me, why would we not at least consider allowing this type of provision more broadly? I was going to talk about trees, but there's been lots of talk about trees. Just to say that I think I did a word count. Trees are mentioned 71 times in this document, which I was very happy to see. It was a big topic of discussion in the city's working group with Robert and the team to look at the neighborhood zone. So really happy to see those provisions. We clearly need to make room for trees for so many reasons. I think I'll leave. I was going to talk a little bit small-scale commercial uses, just to say that this document indicates that restrictions on residential, office, and research uses, those are current restrictions on the ground floors of main streets, will be removed in the future, as I understand it. I think we need to be careful
Carolyn,
about
that's your
this.
time.
Okay, I'll wrap up. Thank you. I think we need to be careful about this and understand why we don't allow these uses currently and what it might mean for in the future if we do. It will be good for landlords, but will it be good for our neighborhoods too, where we want to make sure that those Main Street corridors are vibrant, attractive places for people to go. And finally, 2 words, plain English. I actually took chunks of this document and I threw it into ChatGPT and with the request translate into plain English, because sometimes I read and I reread and I still couldn't get the meaning. I'm not sure, not so sure that ChatGPT could as well, but just a plea for this document and any other staff report, please let's try and do a little better. Maybe it's just me, but I was
Caroline,
having
thank you.
trouble.
Thank you very much for the presentation this morning.
Thank you.
I see a question for you from Council Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair Leeper. Thanks, Carolyn, for your presentation. I just wanted to come back to a couple of points you were making. The piece about front yard parking, I didn't quite understand. Were you saying that provision shouldn't be allowed, but if we're going to be going to a no minimum required, then it may alleviate? I didn't quite understand the point there, and I wanted to get more clarification from you. And then just your very last point, I also was hoping to hear a bit more from you on that last piece that you had mentioned. So just those 2.
Okay, the front yard parking, yeah, sorry if I wasn't clear enough there. This is a personal view, and I think in a view reflected by Walkable Ottawa, perhaps not shared by all of my neighbors. I have front yard parking situations, which I know they've probably been there since prior to 2007, and yet the curb cut indicates they are not, they're not legal situations in that sense. They are throughout our neighborhoods in the inner-urban. I think we all know that. I guess what I'm saying is that I do think that we should, as this document indicates, show an openness to actually providing for that where we have exhausted other options. In particular, the document also talks about looking at the on-street permit parking, which I think is great. I think we need to do more of that and using the parking that already exists. But where we do not have options, I think it's a viable option. And in the past, my sense has been it's just been a hard no. We can't talk about it. I think we do need to talk about it. And I think we need to look at as an option, because we can change all the zoning that we like, make all the changes that zoning we like, but if people still need cars, they will only buy units where parking is provided. And builders know that, and they simply will not build, notwithstanding the zoning. If we do not practically and honestly have a conversation about parking while we transition to adequate transit. And sorry, what was the second question?
It was your very last point that you were making. I wanted you to expand on it. Chair Leeper rightfully had just said you needed to wrap up, but I didn't quite grasp the point you were making, the very last one.
And my last one was about...
Plain English?
No, yeah, it was before that, before the plain English piece.
Sorry, I'm just, I'm sorry, but these, the uses on main streets. I think that was, yeah, okay. So, and this committee, the planning committee, will know that fairly recently we had, I'll use this as an example that hopefully makes it clear. The planning committee recently saw an application for a property, an existing property on Bank Street in the Glebe. They were looking for some relief, or actually to be allowed some additional uses, office space in particular, on the ground floor of a traditional Main Street building. That went through, that was approved, and it was fairly limited and narrow. I didn't delegate that day, but I think I wrote to the committee afterwards and saying, look, let's through this process, let's have a closer look at what we should be allowing. The concern is, and I think there were many people in my neighborhood with respect to that application who were quite concerned about allowing uses that, while yes, would fill the space on the ground, it would actually detract from the vibrancy of that space, the animation by having offices and so on, research uses at the ground floor. And what we really want to try and do is make those Main Street corridors as vibrant, as attractive as possible, if we're going to encourage people to walk and use active mobility to get there. So
All
I
right.
think we
Yes.
just need to be careful about that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that clarity there. And I know we did get a provision in with city staff about that particular case you're speaking about, which will help, I hope, with that particular one. And I agreed with you, though, generally about those concerns. We had the same concern on Main Street, and the need for, businesses fronting on the main floor, on the ground level floor, along Main and along Hawthorne. Where warranted. So I just appreciate the point you're making there. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilor Menard. Thank you very much, Carolyn. I don't see any further questions for you. I appreciate your delegation today.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to Dan, I'm sorry about the pronunciation, Rudabingwa, who's going to be followed by Neil Servanamutu, and then Jason Burgraff.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. And I'm doing so on behalf of Ecology Ottawa. And today I will address parking minimums. As you know, transportation is responsible for about 42% of greenhouse gas emissions in Ottawa, with cars being a significant contributor. So it is nice that the city is taking steps to reduce carbon emissions, particularly in urban areas, by rethinking transportation and public space. So eliminating these parking minimums would be an initial step to promoting public and active transportation in the city. Parking lots occupy significant space, and eliminating parking minimums would free up land that could be used for other purposes, such as community gardens, parks, and trees. Parking lots also contribute to the heat island effect, which worsens with weather conditions. Paved parking lots tend to absorb and re-emit heat at a higher rate than natural environments, which further worsens the urban heat island effect. These surfaces are unable to absorb rainfall, which intensifies the flow of stormwater. In addition to water damage, runoff from parking lots often contains high-level pollutants. Since there's nothing to absorb and redirect the runoff, it can end up in waterways, causing severe pollution. Parking spaces occupy valuable land and decreases resilience to environmental risks. Besides the environmental and climate benefits, additional trees, community gardens, or creating more and better access to parks all support in making a neighborhood more walkable. Research has found that those living in neighborhoods that are more walkable, have better parks and green space, are more satisfied with their lives. So improving accessibility through smarter urban planning can enhance community connectivity and reduce dependency on vehicles. Encouraging mixed-use developments and promoting vibrant, walkable neighborhoods can foster a sustainable Ottawa. So by focusing on reducing transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions, the elimination of minimum parking requirements aligns with Ottawa's efforts to tackle one of its top emission sources, ultimately leading to cleaner air, reduced pollution, and a more climate-resilient city. So all to say that is we support the city's plan to eliminate parking minimums, and it's time we prioritize people over cars. Thank you so much.
Dan, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see any questions for you, so we'll move on to our next delegation. Thank you. Neil Servanamutu is next. Oh, right there,
right
ready
here.
to go.
Great.
Who's going to be followed by Jason and then Evan Potter.
Great. Thanks very much, Jeff. I want to, first of all, I want to say that I'm a pro-housing advocate, but I want to talk about the idea of junk zoning. And this is essentially unnecessary details in the zoning that may derail the main objective. So Brandon Lynn talked about one with the step back heights. That's an example where zoning is working against the actual objective, which in our case here is to build housing. So I want to talk about my specific case here. So if you can move to the next slide, please. This is my house. My wife and I live in the Glebe. We live in, our zoning right now is R3, R3Q. And if I read the maps accurately based upon, zooming in as much as I can, it would be an N3B zone. So this is what Robert was describing earlier when he talked about you would have I think I heard an average of 12 units would come onto one of these lots. Our house is obviously this brick one in the middle here. As you see, it's got essentially what amounts to a side lot beside it. The house was built 100 years ago, and at the time was built at one side of the lot, so there's a lot of space on the other side. Right now, it's my wife and I living there. Our kids have left home, so we no longer need a big home. But we want to stay in the neighborhood, and quite frankly, there aren't a lot of options to stay in the neighborhood. So our thinking is if we could go ahead and build on that on that space beside us. So if you could move to the next slide, please. In order to build on that space, what we would see as necessary is, number one, to be able to subdivide that into 2 lots, in which case we could put up a triplex where we'd live in one and we'd rent out the other 2. And in terms of the existing home, which has a sort of semi-historic designation, we'd be happy to sell that to another family that needs 4 bedrooms. So in other words, we would have the opportunity to quadruple the number of units, the number of people living on that space, from 2 people to probably about 8, from 1 unit to 4 units. But this requires 3 things. It requires the fact that we can sever the land. Number 2, it's sufficient width to build a new building. And then number 3 is it requires some basic parking. And I think, I concur with what Carolyn was saying earlier, that parking in front, we need to be pragmatic about this. So if we can move to the next slide, please. The challenge that we have is that under the new zoning, and I'm looking at N3B, which is one of the most permissive that we have in the city, is that it requires, we have a new minimum lot width of 7.5 meters. So in other words, in our situation, because as you can see on the map there, obviously we're the one in the circle, 124, we've got somewhere around 7.3 meters from the house to the property line. So we would not be able to sever under the new zoning. Now, the irony is that if you look if you look at the lot in our backyard, 77A, well, that lot's only 6 meters wide. In fact, most of these lots that you're looking at on this map are less than 7.5 meters wide. So, and actually, I remember when we bought the property about 25 years ago, a lot of these issues were just not, they were just not present at the time. These are issues that have come up more recently. And in particular, if I look at the second issue that we have is around the interior side yard setbacks. So the new zoning would be 2.4 meters, which is about 4 feet on either side of the house. Again, 25 years ago, that was only 2 feet. So we're now at the point where if we wanted to follow the zoning guidelines, we'd be looking at a house that's maybe 12 feet wide or something, which obviously is not terribly practical. But as we see, and you look at all the other houses on the street, there's, people are using the space that's available to actually create housing solutions. And then the third issue we have is around parking. And again, until we've got a functioning transit system, we need to provide people with space to park cars. That's just a reality. The city is not providing options as to how we can get around town other than to use cars. That's just a reality of the city that we live in right now. So I would encourage the idea of front yard parking, in large part because in my neighborhood, Carolyn's neighborhood, half the houses already do it. It's an existing fact. But the bylaw is saying, the zoning bylaw is saying that for front yard parking, there has to be a minimum of 10-meter wide lot. And that's not the solution that we have here. So I notice my time's up. If I could just move to the last slide. It's simply to say, please do not let junk zoning kill housing. That's what I'm worried that we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neil. I don't see any questions for you from members. Appreciate the delegation. We'll move on to Jason Brograff with Greater Ottawa Home Builders Association, who's going to be followed by Evan Potter and then David McNichol. Jason, we're in your hands. There we go.
Thanks very much. Didn't prepare any comments, so I hope this will be very short. We did send in a written submission. I encourage you to take a look at it. First and foremost, thanks very much to Carol Ruddy and her team for working with the industry over the past year or so, listening to our comments and suggestions, saying thanks very much, and you'll see how things work out. And I think that's overall has been a very positive experience, and to see what we have in front of us today is also a very positive thing. Ottawa needs to, people have used the word bold, Ottawa needs to take these steps, not only bold, but frankly just necessary, in consideration of the sheer amount of population growth and housing demand that you're going to see over the next 25 years. As was said previously, the OP is built on 400,000 people. Actually, I'll half a step back. The OP was built on 400,000 people. By the time City Council had approved the OP back in November 2021, the Ministry of Finance in Ontario said that Ottawa should expect over 500,000 people. As of July last year, it should expect 650,000 people. And likely that number will probably go up again come the next time this summer when those new numbers come out. So considering the sheer amount of people and housing demand that we're going to need, I would encourage you to not only accept the bold, as it were, movements that have been in here, but actually maybe double those efforts for the amount of people we're going to have. I think the city has moved very, very far in terms of neighborhood zoning. I won't detail it. People have already talked about it today, and about parking. We'll have to go through the PMTSAs or the hubs to ensure that what the heights are there kind of get us to where we want to go. I would suggest they probably can take on more. You know what? It's going to be a very interesting time. This is where Ottawa either puts up or shuts up in terms of being a big city. And I encourage you to take the opportunity. And that's it. I'll leave it at that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burgraff. I see that Councillor Devine has questions for you.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Jason. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much for your letter, which I read a couple times with great interest. I think your letter really does speak to the urgency of the moment and the opportunity before us to, as you say, put up or shut up as we respond to the growth that is coming. And you mentioned it, but I just wanted to just reinforce the thing in your letter. One of the things in your letter that certainly, puts a bit of a chill in me is on your section of zoning for growth, where, as I understand it, we are zoning for growth based on our official targets of 400,000 more residents by 2046. As recently as July 2023, the provincial ministry says, nope, scratch 400, it's actually 650,000. So I really do take that at heart. There was another segment of your letter that actually, that also resonated with me when you were talking about the urgent need for all of that growth, the urgent need for where that growth has to take place within established neighborhoods, infill, where, as you say, we have to transition 15,000 units into 45,000 units. And you said, if we fall short, housing affordability is going to get much, much worse. So I appreciate the clarity on that. The questions I wanted to ask you, you made reference to the fact that given the urgency before us, given the stark numbers we are facing, I think you basically posed a question of if the current timeline of the zoning bylaw is that it becomes ratified in 2025, I think you're kind of asking, why are we waiting so long to implement some of these measures? You make reference to our OP currently designates targets, I think you said from the period of 2018 to 2022. So if we have not yet implemented some of the measures that will get us to these targets, so for example, fourplexes, can you speak to what is the cost in terms of lost opportunity, in terms of not meeting our growth targets? If the growth targets are bigger than we thought they are, if we have not yet implemented some of the significant measures that will help us get there, and if the current zoning bylaw is only to be ratified in 2025, from your perspective, industry perspective, what are the threats, challenges that we face if we wait until 2025 to implement some of these strident measures, i.e. fourplexes?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, the OP not only just gives an overall umbrella target of 195,000 homes, half of which are basically our intensification, but it also details out by about 5-year chunks, 2018 to 2022 and so on. The concern is what are we looking at in terms of what have we built by the end of 2026 when the OP conceived that these permissions would be available and the opportunity for building would be such as what they conceived and for the OP. But what was actually workable on the ground is what the existing zoning bylaw was. I don't think I detailed it in our letter. I'd go back to a previous submission where at the time, Ottawa, I'd have to work out the numbers. I believe we easily missed out on about 4,000 or 5,000 units in that first 18 to 2022 chunk of time that we didn't see or that we were threatening not to see because of the delay in developing a zoning bylaw. So, I mean, we are talking in the magnitudes of thousands of units that we desperately do need.
And I can only imagine that any units we fall behind on, and you said if it's thousands of units, that will have a spillover impact on affordability, a spillover impact on other services required. I wanted to talk a little...
Sorry, can I just answer that? Can I just respond to that? So I think the fall on of not realizing those units is more than just, those units and affordability in Ottawa. The spill on was a period of time people were looking for housing in Ottawa. What happened was those people didn't stick around. Those people, no offense to any of the places I'm going to name, but those people moved to Rockland, to Kempville, to Carleton Place, to Empire. The vast majority of those people would have been younger with a baby because they were moving, looking for housing that they couldn't afford. Those people are lost. Like we're not going to get those people back. The thing in front of us today is making sure that that next cohort of people who are looking for affordable housing have the opportunity to stay within the city.
And not only those people lost, they will quite likely still work in Ottawa, use our services, but we just don't collect all those lovely property tax dollars. So I appreciate the impact there. You also wrote about a difference of opinion between the province and the city in how we define transit areas and transit stations. And you were mentioning that something about key transfer stations. So please help me understand the part about, you were saying that the city was targeting our greatest transit-oriented density around key transfer stations, but not all transfer stations. And you were saying how the province refers to density targets for all transit stations, no matter what. So can you speak about that discrepancy and what that discrepancy might play out in terms of impact?
Sure. So essentially, as you detailed, right, Ottawa, the OP alone counts for a quarter of its housing targets to be in hubs. And what the province calls protected major transit station areas, or PMTSAs. The concern that we had, and actually still have, is the city is looking at qualifying different hubs in different ways. Some are what you've referenced, a key transfer station, which isn't a concept on the provincial side of policy, which is the biggest concern. So, something around Pimisi Station and, the kind of the big ones we think of. The concern is then the lost opportunity on hubs, especially future hubs. I don't typically like using examples, but let's talk about the one behind Finley Creek, right? There's supposed to be a hub behind Finley Creek. If it's not considered a major transit station, the heights permissions that will envelop around there will not be the same as it will be around a key transfer station as the city so conceives it currently. And that seems, maybe for some that seems logical right now, but once that area around Finley Creek is fully built out and everything else, then you have a wonderful LRT station that only has low rise around it and not the significant amount of hub activity that you could have had if you're treating all the area around all hubs the same, your 800 meters or 1,000 meters, whatever it is. That's the concern that industry has when you have two categories of PMTSAs.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll speak to staff about that later, but I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you very much, and thanks for for presenting us with the information ahead of time. Yeah, for the protected major transit station areas, I've got a couple of secondary plans going on right now, and but at the same time, I'm seeing some, you know, pretty big asks of developers right near stations that previously were not getting heights, like New Orchard, for example. So it seems to be going through. Are you concerned about the secondary plans? Because I think they're, are they, because I'm seeing pretty substantial intensification at them, but I just wanted to get an idea.
No, all I meant was by that was we still need to go and do the homework of looking at what each individual secondary plan prescribes in terms of densities and the opportunities there, and making sure that that translates into the overall OP goal of housing around hubs. That's all. We just haven't done that side-by-side homework yet.
Yeah, no, I see that you're saying stay tuned, and I say stay tuned because they're coming up pretty fast. So, but I think they're doing pretty good for intensification. So, which I hope is satisfactory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. I don't see any further questions for you. I appreciate your delegation today. Lots more conversation to come, I'm sure. Mr. Potter, welcome to the Joint Committee. You'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Whenever you're ready, you'll be followed by David McNichol and then Cheryl Parrott.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon, members of Council. Thank you for hearing my delegation. My name is Evan Potter. I'm an Associate Professor of Communication at the University of Ottawa, where I teach public communication and I specialize in destination and city branding. So the new zoning bylaw will have a profound effect on our city's brand, and I think everybody realizes that. Before I go on, just a full disclosure, I'm also director of a property development firm that specializes in multiplexes. So I just wanted to put that on the table. So more specifically, I'd like to comment on a subject that's very close to my heart, how Ottawa's new zoning bylaw could stimulate the construction of 3- and 4-story apartments as infill projects in the newly designated N3 neighborhoods. This would, in my view, help to address our housing crisis. Once upon a time, I'm not old enough to remember, but sometime 50+ years ago, walk-up apartments would have been seen as a significant part of our city's housing landscape. Today, 6- and 8-plexes in currently zoned R3 neighborhoods are considered legacy housing. You don't see much of that because we're not allowed to build that. Therefore, there's a pressing need under our new zoning bylaw to refresh, uplift, and diversify this multiplex housing form to meet current and future housing needs. The city's official plan, as we know, aims to re-densify and diversify housing options in inner urban areas, a goal I strongly support. This is why I'm in full agreement with the proposed zoning bylaw and the neighborhood uplift zoning strategy that was discussed earlier and is outlined in detail in the draft. This strategy will facilitate the kind of development that will contribute to addressing the missing middle in our inner urban neighborhoods, where the price of entry right now is just too high for middle-class families. Just let me make a general observation before I finish off with 2 specific observations. There's some concern in the public that your new zoning strategy will lead to a proliferation of infill projects in N1 and 2 zone neighborhoods as developers rush to replace single dwellings with 4-plexes. 4-plexes, as the Premier has discussed, is a concern because the suggestion is that this would disturb the neighborhood character. However, now, speaking with my developer hat, I can assure you that the high costs associated with land purchases in the inner urban transact and even in N1 and 2 neighborhoods, so consider the glebe. It'll cost me $1.5 million to purchase a 50 by 100 lot, and the financial reality is that if I make a $1.5 million purchase, I'm going to build a single luxury dwelling or a long semi or a luxury town. I'm not going to be building affordable multiplex buildings. And I don't think that was the intent. That is the intent of the official plan. So I'm pleased to see that with the uplift in density, that we're going to be able to address the missing middle. Let me just finish by making 2 comments on the draft specifically. First, the zoning terms on page 62 suggest that N3 zones, quote, may permit, unquote, 7 to 12 units, and N4 zones, quote, may allow, unquote, 12 to 16 units. I think we have to be more specific. And yet I heard today where we're told that in the N3, the actual density now is 12 units. And I think that needs, I read that section of the plan over and over again, and that didn't come out to me. So I think that when you are redrafting that, I think you should make that very much explicit. Also, we need to define what is considered out-of-scale multifamily. That came up earlier in the discussion this morning. Secondly, document 10 mentions an evolving overlay where N3 neighborhoods will adopt N4 zoning on residential streets. This could potentially allow for 4-story buildings on properties within 150 meters of main streets, utilizing the maximum height of 14.5 meters allowed under N4 instead of the 11 meters under N3. The implications of these height and density uplifts need to be distinctly clarified for the public to avoid unexpected surprises for homeowners on interior streets in neighborhoods like the Glebe. For example, in the Glebe, as we know, it's bounded, flanked by 2 main streets, Bronson Avenue and Bank Street. And under your overlay, this would mean that many sections of the interior neighborhood of the Glebe, a kind of old neighborhood, traditional neighborhood, would be covered by the N4 overlay. That's how it reads. That's how I'm understanding it. Maybe I misinterpret it. But this to me suggests that there's a possibility that 4-story N4 zoned dwellings could make it into what most people would consider the interior neighborhoods. And I'd like you to clarify that and just kind of, maybe I'm just misunderstanding. In conclusion, the neighborhood uplift zoning strategy is a step in the right direction. It promises the necessary uplifts in density and height to make developments like multiplexes financially attractive to developers such as myself with my developer hat on, not my professorial hat, in traditional inner urban neighborhoods. I wholeheartedly endorse this strategy, look forward to its implementation to enhance the quality and diversity of our urban multifamily housing stock. Thank you for your attention. Take any questions.
Evan, thank you very much. I know staff were taking particular note of some of your comments there.
I'm sure I was just misunderstanding some of the text.
No, it's actually very valuable input. It's exactly the kind of stuff we need as we move through the next year and a half or so. So thank you very much for that. I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to David McNichol, who will be followed by Cheryl Parrott and then Roy Atkinson. Welcome, Mr. McNichol. Whenever you're ready, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, councillors. I would just like to start by honoring the memory of Bill Commanda. He was a First Nations leader. I respected him a lot. I sent in a one-pager which also included the link to my 600 and something page book, so I'm not going to quiz you on it. But I would say this: we are actually not projecting life in Ottawa. So I want to repeat that. We're not projecting life in Ottawa. So this is not about housing. This is about the big picture of actually being on a planet that functions for us. We don't project oxygen. We don't project food. We don't project biodiversity. So something is very wrong with this ground level approach called zoning that never sees reality. It only sees the future. And as I've critiqued, it only sees the future of housing. It does not see the future of ecological goods and services. So there's a problem, because I feel we should plan for oxygen. It's a belief system, but I still feel we should plan for it. So it's not a technical, it sounds a bit maybe gruff to the planning department. It's not meant like that. But if we don't have watershed planning and the federal government does not want watershed planning, we don't have it. That's not a benefit to the people of Ottawa. So on the consultation side, I'm well aware that you don't have to answer any questions, but if we were interested in genuine consultation, I would say we should try to rope in Ontario and Quebec and Canada and have a little debate about land use planning. So thanks, that's all I have to say. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. McNichol, thank you very much for the presentation. I don't see any further questions for you. I appreciate your time today. Thank you. We'll move on to Cheryl Parrott, followed by Roy Atkinson, and then Heather Pearl, and then Paul Johannes will take us out. Cheryl, I'm guessing you're online. There you are.
Yes, I am.
Welcome. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thanks. So I'm a Hindenburg resident, and I have to say that I and other people were really thrilled to see the reference to large dwelling units in the summary, and using the words must and require, because in the OP, it just mentions a target for these 3-bedroom units, 3 or more bedroom units. And what I learned at one of the open houses for the zoning bylaw is that a target really is just a wish list. It's sort of a, gee, it'd be nice if you did it, but there's nothing we can do if you don't. And so I hope that you really do mean that it would be a requirement and a must, because we argued for this under the OP targets and didn't get it. So in all the developments that have happened in Hindenburg, you can count on probably 2 hands the number of 3-bedroom units we get. We're getting studios and 1-bedroom units, and there's a proliferation of them. So we wonder, does the OP have to be amended to add the words require so that it might become a reality, so that the OP and the zoning bylaw mesh? So it looks like Hindenburg will probably be N4B from what we can figure out from the charts so far. And just interesting that there's no maximum density for us. It just is not applicable, and we're not quite sure what that means. And also a concern that we didn't see anything about minimum densities. And so equity of density distribution is really important. And staff have told us that the R4 zones have done their part and others need to take some density. So if there's no requirement, and again, it might be a wish, will that actually happen, or will it be like the 3-bedroom units that didn't happen? And parking, so we would like to see parking maximums implemented, and that was mentioned in the presentation. So we're hopeful that you may have parking maximums, because that's really important. Building huge towers right in an LRT station and then putting in 600 and 700 parking spaces really is counterproductive. And also to implement permit parking for those communities where parking is prohibited. So in Hindenburg, when there's 4 units or more on a lot that's under 450 meters square, parking is prohibited. And so you do need to look at parking permits in more areas. And that does get complicated by winter snow and that kind of issue where the streets are so clogged with snow, you can't actually park anyway. I have concerns about the non-residential uses in residential areas, and there must be a careful determination of what those businesses might be, so that there's no negative impact on existing neighbors, but also so it doesn't push residents out of residential area because someone can get a space and turn it into commercial at a cheaper rent than they would be paying on a traditional main street. So I don't want to see residents displaced for commercial activity. And we would hope and ask that council members look at a provision of use it or lose it with respect to requests for the zoning bylaw and OP amendments. There are several in Hittenburg that were approved a decade ago and have not been built. So we have about 3,300 units in Hittenburg that have not been built, and a number of those were approved a decade ago. And that's a lot of new units for 1 square kilometer, but they're not being built when there's a housing crisis. So we hope that this is a chance to stop the endless process of spot zonings and for staff to be able to defend the bylaw. So let's work to get it right. And I agree with comments that have been made that we need real consultation, not the online Zoom question that really is not consultation at all. Thank you.
Cheryl, thank you very much. I don't see any questions for you from committee members. Appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
We'll chat some more, a couple interesting things in there. Thank you. Roy Atkinson, coming up next. Whenever you're ready, Roy, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, councillors. I'm the Vice President of the Mechanicsville Community Association. I've also been active with cafes and the Federation of Community Associations on these topics. And I certainly heartily endorse cafes' recommendations in the FCAs. But I wanted to drill down in particular on one issue that's very important in our community. I mean, Mechanicsville is 153 years old, a lot of older homes. The infill is going on. We've got 3 20-story high-rise towers, and it is a heat island. The city's maps demonstrate that quite clearly, and it's only going to get worse as the infill goes on and the hard spaces increase. And we're bordered on the north by a green space belonging to the National Capital Commission, who's decided to turn it into an embassy precinct. So all of the good things that trees can do are going to be vanishing at a great rate in our neighborhood. And that's the type of topic I'd like to speak about. And to start with, the proposal that equity constitutes treating everybody the same, I think needs to be challenged. You don't expect someone who's wheelchair bound to take a standard bus. You know, the fact that everybody has equity to buses doesn't work for parts of the population. And our community, the setback rules that provide for averaging don't work. More than half of our community already has setbacks that are very limited on the street, very small. If you do averaging, we're going to have less space for trees, not more, less. So I think as cafes had recommended, it's absolutely essential that you have a minimum setback. And it could be, you can define it as either 3 meters, or you can define it by soil volumes. But in neighborhoods that are short of tree canopy, and I certainly endorse the idea that every community should have 40% tree canopy. But in the neighborhoods that don't have that, you need to be looking for ways to improve the opportunities for trees. And I think that starts with the setbacks. You need to have minimums that will support trees. In my submission, I made a number of other recommendations that I think of as applying in particular to communities that lack tree canopy, but they could be applied elsewhere. Certainly for where you have, we've got Tunney's pasture on one side and Bayview Yards on the other. In those new developments, you certainly need to be providing for appropriate trees along streets and roads, and you need to be requiring through zoning parks that live up to this amount of green space required for individuals, the individual residents. I mean, Tunney's pasture is going to be the size of Stratford, for crying out loud, and it's got a green space about the size of a basketball court. On a relatively minor point, but I think important, we often see developers get approvals that include landscaping plans. City doesn't enforce them. They got to start enforcing the landscaping plans that were proposed when they got approvals to build. I would suggest that in neighborhoods that are lacking or short on the tree canopy, that you should reduce the size of the definition of a distinctive tree from 30 centimeters to 20. Protect the trees you've got so that they can grow and provide all of the benefits that are needed. And certainly if a distinctive tree is removed, it needs to be replaced in the same neighborhood. Now, our neighborhood has lanes, and many of those lanes are encroached on, so they're no longer usable by vehicles. I'd like to propose that the urban lane policy provide for these lanes to be automatically rezoned for mini forests. If they're not being used for lanes and can't be used for lanes because they're either, at least in our case, in one case it's geographic reasons, and the others it's because of encroachment, then to provide enhanced value for the community which desperately needs green space, let us zone them for mini forests, plant trees, get some greenery in there. We can get a little more green in the front of houses, and we can use the space in the lanes, so much the better. And the last point is pocket parks. It's been mentioned earlier. We're actually envious in our neighborhood of the pocket parks in Hindenburg. We don't have any. And so it should, for neighborhoods that are short of tree canopy, it should become a priority to purchase these land and zone them for a pocket park so you can get a better distribution of green space in the city. Thank you.
Roy, thank you very much. I don't see any questions from you, for you from committee members. Appreciate the delegation today. Just members of the Joint Committee, for the interest of those who may be watching this on YouTube, if you're at your desk and able to turn your camera on just to demonstrate that we continue to have quorum, that would be great. So our last two speakers are going to be Heather Pearl, who will be followed by Paul Johannes. Heather, I see you there. We are ready for your presentation whenever you are.
Hi, I'm with the Champlain Park Community Association and have been active in planning and zoning since 2007. Worked on the mature neighborhoods overlay extensively, worked on the green space, or the forestry, overlays. I've had a bad day today. Anyway, I've had a lot of experience with this sort of thing, and I'm really looking forward to working very, very closely with city staff on the upcoming zoning bylaw. One of the recommendations I would like to make is that the city use charrettes to engage with communities, because I found that those were very, very useful when we were working on the urban forest management plan and the mature neighborhoods overlay. The other thing I want to point out is that we've in Kitchissippi has seen way more than what they said was the 0.5% per year change since 2007. We have just been totally redeveloped. We should have had construction zone barriers put around our communities, around the entire ward in the past few years. So it doesn't proceed at 0.5% a year. What I would like to see is 15-minute neighborhoods everywhere, because we've always been a 15-minute neighborhood, and we've always had multi-family uses, and even in the R1, multi-family uses, extended family uses, and unfortunately, intensification has been removing some of that. So as far as infrastructure is concerned, it's not in good shape. Ottawa needs to develop and implement a sponge city green infrastructure, stormwater control approach, because if we're just looking at putting something to absorb water that's just an engineering solution, we need these green approaches to complement, and actually are probably maybe more important than some of, putting in cisterns everywhere. Intensification occurs lot by lot. No consideration is given to the neighborhood as a whole. So who's going to perform the required engineering study to verify that infrastructure is adequate? Road congestion is a gray infrastructure issue, and roads in the communities have deteriorated seriously ever since we've had this major construction. Many of the hardscaped communities also have very, very narrow streets. They likely could not be narrowed further to provide room for green space and trees. We absolutely do need to have a green, healthy city. And the most vulnerable people to climate change are those who actually live with limited incomes. Many young families fall into this group. Many live in hardscaped communities. We have to have solutions for those hardscape communities. I think that they should have a minimum of 6-meter setbacks in those hardscaped communities to allow sufficient depth and volume for trees to be planted and thrive. We could evolve to a better city. We don't have to evolve to a more hardscape city. One of the other last things that I'm really concerned about, we have quite a few already historically current permitted uses in the current bylaws: bed and breakfast, group home, retirement home, converted, diplomatic mission, home-based daycare, secondary dwelling unit, park, urban agriculture, and rooming houses with some conditions attached. These have been permitted for a long time. They're not new. So I'm perfectly fine with all of those. What I am concerned about is the potential for some of these new small C commercial uses to remove housing, because you have cheaper land than, say, on a main street, and you would have maybe cheaper rents than on a main street. So you could end up with main street businesses going into neighborhoods and ending up with fewer houses or fewer units, residential units. So I'm concerned about that. I'm concerned about noise and fumes and this sort of thing. Cafes, coffee shops, noise from commercial exhaust fans, ventilation equipment, conversation, extra traffic. It's disruptive, especially at night. Small bakeries, even commercial exhaust fans, ventilation equipment. What about pot shops? I don't think you can prevent them from moving in anywhere. So we have to be really, really careful about what we allow.
Heather, your time is up.
Okay, so, and retail uses in parks. So those are things that I'd really, really like to work with staff on developing something that works for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Heather, I don't see any further questions for you. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for pointing out, I know I wrote it in big handwriting on my pad here, that 0.5% turnover is, I presume, a citywide average. I'm seeing emphatic nodding on the part of staff. Our ward has obviously seen a significantly higher rate than that. Thank you very much again for the presentation, which leads us to our last presenter today, who will be Paul Johannes with the Green Space Alliance. Paul, where are you? Oh, there you are. We're in your hands, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to be here today representing the Green Space Alliance. The staff report and all associated supporting documents that were available really represent a first look at the draft zoning bylaw. We weren't expecting all of that, and it was great to get it though, because it gave us a really good picture of what's coming up. So thanks for making it available ahead of time like this, ahead of its actual publication on May 31st. We understand there's going to be many opportunities going forward for fine tuning and refinements and improvements in the draft. But there's certain sort of embedded principles in the draft that we would like to see maintained and preserved, strengthened maybe even, and not watered down as we go through this whole period of review over the next 18 months. You know, these are elements, well, we think that the comprehensive zoning bylaw implements the official plan policies for which we've advocated, and reflects the feedback that we've provided through stakeholder group consultation, in which we participated ahead of the publication of the discussion papers last year. So like there's a lot of things we really like in this draft bylaw that we would like to see carried forward right through the whole process, right through to the approval of the final bylaw. And specifically, these principles, first off, The draft is supportive of gentle intensification distributed equitably across the entire urban area. We think that's very, very important. We've always said we have to have intensification distributed in a way that the entire urban area carries its weight, basically. And this is just for sustainability long term. Neighborhoods that get hammered, like some that we've heard of recently, like in a few delegations this morning, it gets beyond a point where there's public support for what we're trying to do here. So this equitable distribution across the entire area, it's supported by the draft bylaw, so we're very happy to see that. The draft makes possible the establishment of commercial activity in those newly densified areas so that services and amenities are close at hand. We think that's essential as well. There's no point densifying an area out in the suburban area or the outer without having amenities there, so that it does in fact it does create a 15-minute neighborhood. It reduces the need for travel outside the neighborhood. So glad to see those provisions in the draft bylaw. It provides flexibility for siting structures on development lots so as to preserve existing trees. Very important. Infill is going to happen. Infill and trees sometimes create real conflicts. Having the flexibility to site the building wherever on the lot, in fact, preserves an existing tree is a great feature, and we're hoping to see that stay in the bylaw as it gets finalized over time. It sets adequate conditions, we believe, for front and rear yard setbacks for planting new trees. Here, I think in the same way that there's flexibility for siting structures on a building lot to preserve trees, there ought to be flexibility here as well in the setbacks, because as we see, we have quite a very varied fabric of lot, and a hard and fast rule may not be optimal. If we make the test, well, what's the setback that will in fact preserve tree here, or what's the setback that would actually allow us to plant trees here? That should, that could be a guiding principle for applying the setback policy. But the fact that it's there and that trees are specifically taken into account for having these setbacks, I think is a very valuable thing in the bylaw, in the draft bylaw. It ensures that soil volumes are sufficient to support the growth of trees, another very important provision that we hope will be retained all the way through. And it sets minimum conditions for permeable surface areas, another principle that we think is very important. And finally, it provides zoning that aligns and supports the official plan green space designations. So strengthens the protection and preservation of green spaces through zoning as well. So all these points are consistent with positions we've taken throughout the OP process and leading up to this new zoning bylaw. And we plan to continue to be engaged along with all of our partners in the environmental community to see that these principles are preserved and make it all the way through to the final approved bylaw. So thank you very much.
Paul, thank you very much. And I know members of this joint committee appreciate your ongoing efforts and those of your colleagues to achieve great planning in this city. I don't see any questions for you. Thank you very much for the presentation today. We don't have any more speakers. Again, I think we are receiving this bylaw today in the spirit of getting consultation beginning, but if members do have questions or questions of clarity, now is your opportunity. Councillor Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick comment to staff. Thank you very much for all this hard work. It's definitely super hard work. I guess one thought about consultation. So when we go out for consultation, I'm imagining staff will have a presentation similar to maybe budget, and maybe some words will get together. I'm wondering if there could be more of a presentation that demonstrates that staff has already contemplated some of the things what we've heard today and what we know we might hear. So for example, I think a number of delegations made a comment about, well, if you do this, then this other thing will happen. And so I'm wondering if staff would contemplate consultation being representative of they've already heard some of that was behind some of the recommendations here. So for example, if each recommendation, parking minimum, say that staff say, we anticipate one of the consequences of that would be that people would park on the streets more. So, and then the next question would be, so, and then what? And then we would contemplate putting up no parking signs. But because people need to park there, so, and then what? And then we have to figure out where these people will park if not allowed on the street. So more of a, this is how we've put in this bylaw, or we're recommending this bylaw be worded in such a way, but we also have these other things because we anticipate the consequences of the impact of that change to the bylaw. So I'm wondering if staff have a comment on just what consultation might look like, given what I've just said.
Through you, Chair. Councillor, that makes a lot of sense, and that's what productive consultation is about, anticipating the questions and setting out the path forward and the consequences or the impacts. So yes, all those points have been noted today from today's consultation or today's delegations, and they will be addressed. And sometimes with these consultations, though, people will be arriving, and it's going to be the first time they've heard of this. So we're going to balance it with both those that have been involved and those that are new to the entire process. So we will engage with the public and tailor it to the group that shows up at these meetings, and we'll respond accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Just another comment on the consultation. So the beginning of this presentation, one of the staff indicated that, everyone in the news is talking about how many more people will be moving to Canada. This is something that everyone's talking about, density, housing, everything else. Fair enough, and that's true. I'm hoping that in our consultation, there would be some data that backs that up, because I get often asked the question, where is this data? Where are people coming from to move to Canada? And I think StatsCan has some really good data. I think there's important, reliable sources of that data so that you can sort of head that off with not just saying, oh, well, we hear 400,000 more, 200,000 more, because people will say, well, somebody else is saying this and somebody else is saying that. So just if we could have some very clear sources of the data that our population is growing, will grow, and from where the people will come from. Obviously birth rates and I think in the tech park, the consultation that takes place, people will be asking, is the anticipation that these will be working aged people? All of this is on the StatsCan site. So I would recommend that be the start, and instead of simply just saying that, we're hearing a lot about this, that it's based in data. So I make that comment. I have a couple of questions. The temporary zoning we talked about, certainly for Canada North Tech Park, the CPP bylaw, and then also new heritage designations that are coming. Can somebody just explain what that temporary designation for zoning might look like or be like?
Thank you, Councillor, or through the chair. Thank you for the question. So the intention is we can't leave a blank spot for Canada North. We need to provide the basic type of zoning to implement those policies in for KNED in the official plan, as it's a special economic district. So that's what we've done, and it may never come into effect if that CPP system is approved before December of 2025. But we don't want to leave them in the lurch, so we've developed these provisions for them.
All right, and upcoming heritage districts?
And for the heritage district, Leslie Collins is here, I believe, and Leslie can speak to that if she would like to.
Thank you, Carol. As we've discussed, Councillor, there is a report coming forward to Build Heritage Committee in June of this year outlining staff's proposed work plan for heritage conservation districts. And as you know, we are looking at the direction from Council related to the proposed Beaverbrook Heritage Conservation District study. So as we have discussed, the zoning and a heritage conservation district are not in conflict with one another. If there were to be a future heritage conservation district, we would be looking at ways of conserving the character of the heritage area while implementing the direction in the zoning bylaw and the official plan.
Great, thank you for that. I only have two other questions, chairs, both involving electricity. So I'm wondering, first of all, I'll do them both together. Has Hydro Ottawa looked at the impact of some of these bylaws? I look at some of the electric charging and the demand on the grid and Hydro Ottawa's plans, and wonder if they've had time to really fully comment, or will they in future, before this goes ahead. And then the second question I have is, in the concept of parking minimums and electrification and all the rest of it, we have a builder in Canada that's looking at near the tech park, building an apartment building where the parking would be the first 4 or 5 floors of the building. So it wouldn't be underground, wouldn't be taking up, creating asphalt. So it would be the first few floors of the building, and potentially not for tenant parking, but for potentially all electric cars. So, and the cars now are, the brands that are self-driving, that the builder would provide those cars. So there would be floors of all the same car that people could just drive, but would also need to be charged, of course, in the building. And so I'm wondering, given that I don't think that's futuristic, that's happening around the world, just not yet in Ottawa. But given that concept, do you think that our bylaws take into consideration completely new ways of doing things in terms of technology, electrification, self-driving cars, that kind of thing? And the Hydro Ottawa question.
Through the chair, I'll answer the Hydro Ottawa question first. Yes, we have given Hydro Ottawa a preview of what we're looking at in terms of EV-ready parking spaces. And so they are aware, and we will enter into consultations with them to discuss if they've got any concerns about this. And so that's going to start very soon, I anticipate, and especially now that we've got the full provisions released, or as of at the end of May anyway. We gave them sort of our strategy, enough details. We couldn't give them the provisions themselves because that would not be fair, but we certainly gave them enough information for them to understand where we were going. So they have been notified. And then as far as your question about minimum parking, are we future-proofing? I think there are issues that we don't know about that we need to find out about during the public consultations. And so I look forward to finding out or receiving comments for things that we haven't thought of. And certainly we're prepared to make adjustments, add provisions, or modify the draft provisions that we've got out. And I hope that answers your question.
I'll make sure the consultation offers you that in the tech park for sure. I have some more questions, Mr. Chair, but I might get back on the list.
Yeah, you're at your 5 minutes exactly. Thank you. Vice Chair Gower?
Thanks, Chair. I have a few comments and a few questions. First of all, I want to thank staff for the first sentence in the report, which points to 1.5 million Canadian households in core housing need and many middle-class Canadians struggling to find a place to rent or buy a new home. And I'm glad those were the first few lines because it really puts a focus on what this zoning bylaw is aimed at, is in addressing those issues. So thank you, staff, for keeping the focus and the emphasis on that from the top of the report. There were, out of the 13 written delegations that we had, there were 4 submissions from Stittsville, and they all were related to height and transition along a Main Street corridor. And it's one area that I'm going to be focused on through the consultation. Staff spent a lot of time today demonstrating how the neighborhood zones would vary from transect to transect, each of the 6 transects. And staff in the report and today went over how some of the corridor zones would change from transect to transect, but it looks like the Main Street corridor zones are the same no matter where they are in the city. So I think it's something that I know residents have expressed a little bit of concern and confusion about, and I know we've spent time in our councillor sponsor groups on this, but I was glad to hear that staff are going to be considering different approaches or different ideas through the consultation. But I think this is a good example. I'm trying to understand if through the consultation the next few months, a resident or an architect or developer comes up with another suggestion on how to deal with transitions within different transects or overall, how do you consider that? Like, what's the process for deciding whether or not that comes back in draft 2? Would we see something very different? Would council be presented with, here's option A, B, and C? How do you think you'll approach things like that?
Thank you, through the chair. We've thought a lot about this, and I spoke briefly to this at the beginning of my presentation. There are going to be some key issues that arise during these consultations, and each of them are going to deserve quite an in-depth deep dive. I think the best approach is that we'll take the comments that we've received, summarize what they are. Staff will have a proposed, recommendation, and that will appear in draft 2. And we'll talk about that specific provision that is key. For instance, I'm sure we'll be talking at length about height transition in draft 2. And we will take what we've heard and what we've learned and present options for consideration by joint committee. And we will ask for direction on which option the joint committee prefers. We'll provide our recommended option and give the reasons why, and then we'll provide other options and give the pros and cons of them, and then leave it for joint committee to give us some direction on them. So these are each one of them could be in themselves a 2-year zoning study, and they deserve a lot. You need a lot of information to be well informed to go ahead and make these decisions. And so we will try and provide that through what will be, I guess, an options report framework in draft 2 about these key issues.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. There was a note about staff examining feasibility of expanding the on-street parking program in some areas. Can you clarify, so is that separate from this zoning bylaw process? Would that be an update to other parking bylaws?
Thank you for the question through the chair. We have an informal TAC, a technical advisor committee, set up where we've started discussions and started doing some analysis about, looking at the existing on-street parking programs that we have, trying to understand, all of the issues related to them, costs associated with expanding permit programs, prioritizing where that should go. So that's work that has begun, and certainly we need to push that forward to be better prepared to deal with this issue.
Okay, and I'll comment too, I think you should be looking at every transect because there are some neighborhoods with higher density and high parking rates, certainly in the suburbs, and we're having issues with on-street parking. So it might be slightly different than downtown or inner urban, but there's still issues. Minor corridor heights, the staff report said minor corridor height designation won't be applied when the lot is in a new subdivision. And I was curious, why not?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So when we have a large new subdivision and the rear yards are abutting that minor corridor, and that subdivision forms, a cohesive whole that's much larger than just that abutting edge along the minor corridor, we made the decision not to apply the minor corridor zone. And, that's something that we want your comments on. If you think it's appropriate in some cases that we should be applying a minor corridor zone, that is certainly something that we will look at. Likewise, if we've applied it to, say, for instance, planned unit developments that have lots that front on the minor corridor, but for some reason it's not considered appropriate to apply a minor corridor zone there, then we will look at that as well. These were very hard decisions for staff to make. You have to look at every minor corridor. There are, I believe, 86, and look at how the development is facing the street, what the existing uses are. Are there 30-centimeter reserves? Are there grade changes that would prevent access to the lot? So there are many considerations for these. And so, yes, that needs a very detailed look, and it will be helpful to get comments.
I guess too, once we have the more detailed maps, it might be easier to see some of that nuance in different areas of the city.
Yes.
There was something in the staff report about permitting service stations, car washes, and gas bars on minor corridors in the outer urban and suburban transects. And maybe, again, this is something that has some nuance from ward to ward or neighborhood to neighborhood, but looking at the minor corridors in my community, I didn't see a lot of spots that
where there are gas stations or service now. I don't know if staff have a comment on that, or it's perhaps maybe too specific for this meeting here, but it's something I was curious about.
Through the chair, there are official plan policies that direct certain automobile-related uses away from certain transects and permit them in others. And that was the genesis for that list of permitted uses that you're referencing in the report. And once again, we're happy to look at those through the consultation process.
Okay. I have a question. Stittsville Main Street is a minor corridor. However, the secondary plan limits heights to 4 stories. For the evolving overlay, how are staff treating height limits? Would it be less than 4 stories, or would it be 4 stories or less in the evolving overlay?
Thank you for the question. Now, that is a very detailed one that I would have to look at the zoning map to see where it landed. Generally speaking, and perhaps I should be letting Robert speak to this question, 4 stories is something that and if you're located in the evolving overlay and you already have 4 stories, then you would be getting a permission for 4 stories. And perhaps I'll let Robert provide some additional details.
Okay.
Thank you, Carol. Chair, generally speaking, the evolving overlay is where the higher density zones would be intended to be contemplated. There's a bit of dependence on which transect you're in terms of how this is determined. Existing zoning that already permits 4 stories would still get that. Generally speaking, though, again, a bit of transect dependence, and dependence on existing zoning, but generally speaking would be going to either N3 or N4. So there are some cases that would permit 4 full stories, which is the N4. There are some cases where usually it's starting off as an R1 or an R2, and so starting from a position of like lower density and lower height, and instead would be going to 3 full stories and not 4.
Okay, I think again, we'll dig into this more once we have the maps and more details. Okay, last one, just for clarity for residents, because I've had a number of questions about this. The standing or the weight of this report for any applications in progress. Could staff use, for example, the proposed transition to evaluate a current development that's in front of them? Could developers use what's in this report as justification, or even could the tribunal point to this report and use that to weight any of their decisions in something that's up for appeal?
I defer to Derek Moody.
Chair, while there is often a comparison or in the planning rationale or other studies provided reference to these documents, that this very much is still a very first draft that's being put forward and not intended in any way to be used as justification or rationale for any planning applications going forward. Staff recognize that there could be considerable change between the first and the second draft and want to maintain the integrity of that consultation process to come.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Vice Chair. We're going to go to questions from Councillor Kitts, Councillor Brockton, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Devine, Councillor Kavanagh, back to Councillor Curry. I'd encourage members to consider the depth to which they want to plumb this particular document. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. On that note, I do have questions and comments. Feel free to cut me off if needed. Before beginning, I do want to recognize this is a tremendous amount of work, and thank staff for the long hours that you've put into this. I do have some concerns, which I'll get into, about how these changes materialize in Orleans South, but I think there's a lot of excellent direction in this from a citywide perspective. And I also want to acknowledge the many delegations that ask that consultation be robust and that efforts be made to translate this very complex document into easily digestible language. The working group colleagues will know I raised the same concern. I still have that concern. As councillors, we live and breathe this kind of language, but I'm not sure every resident is going to follow if we let them know they live in an N3 with a CM subzone 2 minus subsection 17. So I think it's important, though, because this document could be called how Ottawa is going to change in the next few decades. That's really what we're contemplating here today. There's a lot of change. I am one of the younger members of council, but I have 35, almost 36 years of experience in this city. The Ottawa that I grew up in is not the Ottawa of today. I always considered Ottawa to be a small, big city. We're becoming a big, big city. And, you know, people talk about their hometowns by saying my city because they feel ownership over that. So I think it's really important for us to bring residents along with us on this journey. So for questions, what kind of modeling has been done on the impact to the transportation network, on infrastructure, and on road capacity?
Through the chair, I have Deb Lightman here. I think who would be best situated to answer that question.
Thank you, Carol. The Transportation Master Plan team is working closely with the Planning Policy team and with Carol's team. And so the projections about intensification and how many people will, the growth in different areas of the city is aligned across the two projects. So certainly the intensification targets that we see in our official plan will carry through to the Transportation Master Plan, as well as to the zoning bylaw changes.
Okay. So kind of what I'm looking for is an equation that would be something like current road capacity plus projected number of units minus expected conversion to transit or active transportation based on current transit numbers and infrastructure that is in the affordable network equals projected road capacity that's going to come through the TMP.
Through you, Chair, yes.
Okay. And are we approving this document before we approve the TMP?
Through you, Chair, the Transportation Master Plan is expected to come to committee in mid-2025 before the December 2025 final version of the zoning bylaw, and kind of throughout the next year and a half, we will be working closely together.
Okay. So for this draft, though, we've not contemplated road capacity.
Through the chair, so I would say in the sense that we are implementing the directions in the official plan, like that is the role of the zoning bylaw. We take the designations and the minimum densities and we create zoning to create that potential, and we rely on, in parallel, the work that's being done on the Transportation Master Plan and the Infrastructure Master Plan to plan ahead for that development that is, through the official plan, directed to certain parts of the city. So in answer to your question, the zoning bylaw is kind of an outshoot of the OP, and we rely on all of the good work of my colleagues to my right to make sure that the services that are needed to support that growth are there, or that we're planning for them to come in the next 20 years.
Okay. I think my concern is that I hear collaboration is happening. I'm concerned that we're siloing these documents a little bit and failing to see that one doesn't work without the other. There's obviously an element of practicality here. We have to account for the projected growth of our city. I agree with Councillor Gower. I think the opening sentence of the document is the right one. That's the why. We need to do this, but it's in the how. I feel like there's a dose of ideology here that doesn't always match the reality. The grand vision that this document has for the city, I don't believe is going to work in Ward 19 without significant and urgent attention and investment to the transportation network. And the modeling I'm asking for, which I appreciate will come through the TMP, has been done in the past. I'm looking at the Innes Road cross-section requirements from a joint City of Ottawa and MTO study from 2005 that includes modeling and various scenarios. Here it says the worst case scenario, which would put Innes at a volume capacity ratio of 1.37. The worst case scenario, in the city's own words, would necessitate a 14-lane cross-section on Innes Road. The volume capacity ratio on Innes Road reached 1.37 in 2021. That's again, according to our own data. So I think that that capacity modeling is necessary, because my other question is, do we have a unit potential modeling of what this is going to unlock?
Yes, through the chair. So during the time the official plan was, being developed, there were models developed to project how many dwelling units how much potential for dwelling units to be constructed we could create through various policy scenarios. And we are building on those models, but instead of taking that old model, we are working with the staff who are working on the 3D twin. And they are underway right now building our model, and they will be taking the draft zoning map and projecting forward how many dwelling units we can expect over the course of the next 20 years from whatever zoning scenario that we are proposing as of May 31st. So yes, we will have modeling to predict the potential for dwelling units to be built.
Catherine, you have 25 seconds.
Okay, so when will members of council be able to see that unit potential?
Through the chair, I should be able to give you an update. We're in the fall and share that modeling.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I'll jump right into my question. So to further my question with staff that I raised with Mr. Brinker, and that's my concern about how we're going to proactively engage the public, not the people who delegated, not the people who come to our meetings. They're going to be engaged. They've been engaged all along. But my significant concern that I've raised over and over this term of council is the public has no idea the tsunami that's coming. We see at planning committee and over again, very tame, reasonable proposals that have a long queue of people speaking against it. And those of us on the committee look to ourselves and go, we can't believe, given everything that we've been engaged in over the last few years, there's such a strong pushback. So if we can't get the public to get on board and support reasonable developments in their own backyard, there is absolutely no way the average Joe will sink their teeth into this and support it. I'm not saying I'm opposed. I think there's a lot here that's progressive and we do have to move forward, but we've got to do it in concert with the people we represent. So that's why a proactive engagement campaign that's well thought out, that's multifaceted, that uses different techniques has to be undertaken. And so I want to understand from staff, what is the strategy? Not different types of consultation forums, but different consultative outreach where we engage and we inform folks. So how are we going to make the public aware in very clear language, the depth and scope of what we're wrestling with, and again, how this city, as Councillor Kitts said, is going to continue to evolve to a city that we don't recognize or won't recognize. So I'll park it there, and I'd like to hear what the plan is.
Councillor, I think the issue here is getting the message out, first of all, that this is a very important file and that we invite the public to be engaged in this. So we're going to prepare some messages for you to share with your process of contacting your constituents. We'll share that with all councillors to get the message out. And we invite people to speak to us, and we have Steve Clark and his team will be setting up the program. We may have to tweak the program that was described to you today. Perhaps we heard that there's more in-person meetings, which we already plan to do. Maybe there's something else that we have to do to tweak that, but it's going to be, we're going to react to this if we don't get a lot of people coming to these events, and we'll think of some way else to get the message out. So with that, maybe I can turn it over to Steve and see if he's got more to add.
Thank you, Vivi. So we have, to Vivi's point, we did share some of the toolkits, which does have some of the messaging that we're happy to continue to put forward. Again, to Vivi's point, we're also able to take back a lot of the feedback we heard today to look at some in-person events as well too for that two-way communication that some of the people had mentioned. And then again, to Vivi's point, is if we're not getting the response rates or the feedback we're looking for, then it looks like we'll have to take a different approach to try and connect with some of those other participants.
So I'm not satisfied. 18 to 24 months before the Confederation line opened at Transit Commission, I said to Mr. Manconi, you need to mail everyone in this city a brochure that talks about the line opening. It was a game changer. We want everyone to consider switching their mode of operation. We want them to be aware of their stations. Oh no, we don't need to do that. Sure enough, we did it. They mailed it out right before the Confederation line opened. So I'm looking for a direct mailing to everyone in the city of Ottawa. We have the second round of tax payment in June coming out. So we already have mailings that go out. You've got water bills, you've got the tax bill, you have other forms of communication, the VUT, but the vacating the tax has since passed. But try and piggyback on existing communications like large scale comms that we already have. My communications, my e-newsletter is only a fraction of my residents. And yes, we'll use those tools, but I don't want people, when this passes and we start to do some significant development within neighborhoods, people will say, I had no idea about this, despite the fact that we've been talking about this for years. So please consider, like, of all the tools and means necessary that the city uses to go out, we've got to make sure that people are, like I said, aware. And if they choose not to get engaged, that's okay. But let's make sure that we reach out and put that effort in at the beginning to make people. That's my main issue I want to raise, Chair, today, is that I want to make sure people are, like I said, aware of the scope and depth of this from the beginning. They can get involved if they want. The last question I've had, and I saw some criticism on social media over the weekend, and I like how this process is rolled out between now and the end of the year, but some people have said, given the housing crisis that we're in, why would we not consider a more streamlined approach to get this approved? And so we can get building under the new bylaw built sooner rather than later. So again, I don't want to suggest I'm not in favor of the current timelines, but I think it's fair for that to be raised now and have staff an opportunity to reply. Have you considered a shorter timeline?
Through the chair, yes, we've considered how we could speed this up from, since 2022 when the new official plan was approved. I think on the basis of what you've heard today, you can, both from my presentation and from the comments received from the public, there's both a great deal of complexity and there's a great desire to consult on this. People want one-on-one meetings and in-person meetings, as well as there's a lot of change coming. So I would not suggest that we would have very good results if we tried to rush this. I think people need an opportunity to learn about what's going on. They want to have one-on-one conversations. This is incredibly complex work. I just don't think we'd have a good product if we tried to rush this. I understand that there's an urgent need for housing, but if we don't get the new zoning bylaw to a certain standard, I think we're going to be defeating the purpose of doing this. So my advice is to stick to the current timeline. We're going to do as good a job as we can, I think, in the time available, in the timeline that we've got, and that means staff working with the pedal to the metal, full throttle the whole time. I'm wearing planners out in this process. I've actually lost half the complement of my team in this process. And so for the sake of the project and for producing a good result and for the sake of fairness and consultation, my recommendation is to stick with the current timeline.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We've got multiple questions still to come. I need to give our city staff a break to just stretch for a moment. So we're going to take 15, 20 minutes and let's come back here at, I have no idea what time it is. 1:30. Let's come back at 1:30-ish. I'm watching cameras getting turned on. Members are retaking their seats. The sole public member stakeholder is sitting up straighter, anticipating the resumption of our debate on the comprehensive zoning bylaw. If I could get the music going. Yeah, you know the dum, 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 dum. That signals that we are 35 seconds away from resumption of this meeting. That is, all right, members, welcome back. Councillor, oh, staff ready? Yeah. Councillor Johnson, please resume.
Thank you very much, Chair, and I promise not to plumb the depths of anything for too long, but I was curious to understand, following up on Mr. Clark's suggestion of response rates, I was wondering, are you working with some response rate targets for this type of feedback and consultation?
Thank you, Councillor. I'm actually going to have my colleague here, Tim Rowe, provide some additional information on that.
Yes, through the chair, that's something that we're developing at the moment. So I don't have a number that I could give you at the moment. For the discussion papers that were released last year, our targets were, the response rate we had was maybe a bit lower than we had hoped for, but we're still in line with other peer municipalities that have gone through similar exercises, such as the City of Edmonton. But we are looking at what our targets would be at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm glad to hear. When it comes to the larger corporation, does the central public engagement strategy offer any kind of targets that you would work with, just sort of for the City of Ottawa's context of what is valid response rates for public consultation, or is it often looking to external?
Through the chair, I can't remember offhand if there is a target in the consultation materials, the corporate materials. If there is, I'd be happy to get back to council on what it is, but certainly it would be in line with it. What I can say is our consultation approach will be aligned with the corporate consultation strategy, as well as being similar in focus as with the official plan, and also with an emphasis on continuous improvement.
Okay, thank you. And before I go any further, Tim, were there other comments that you wanted to make in terms of the consultation strategy that haven't been elicited by committee members yet before I go to a different question?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, through the chair. Yes, we are taking very seriously the importance of reaching different groups of people, especially those who have been historically marginalized in these type of exercises. In addition to what was previously mentioned, our advertising campaign intends to reach out to different demographics. This includes putting advertisements on Kijiji and Facebook Marketplace that targets people looking for renting. I think the big challenge we have as a project is communicating to people that the concerns that they have can be understood as a zoning issue. Access to a rental is as much a zoning issue as it is trying to find a place to live. Working with other parts of the corporation as well will help us reach different demographics, including such as like the integrated neighborhood services. We have an ambassadors working group made up of different equity seeking organizations to help us strategize and to communicate our message to different groups.
Okay, that's wonderful. And I do hope that there's some consideration to some of the other comments about change and, maybe highlighting what some of our less, like, in College Ward, people are often wondering, why do I have to go downtown for certain services? Or why can't I work closer to home? Or, those types of things. So as you say, those issues could be potentially addressed through zoning. And I'm sure that many councillors would be happy to work with you when it comes to the types of things that we would want to see closer to home for those that don't live in the urban core. I was also wanting to pick up a little bit on, so I can't help but bring up City View. So City View is undergoing a major ditch rehabilitation, and they had to have that plan in place before the zoning could be implemented. It was part of the OP that you couldn't, for those that were, unsatisfactory, you couldn't add zoning before the plan was in place. So now the plan is in place, which is great, but residents are feeling obviously frustrated that the ditch rehabilitation has to happen at the same time as as density continues. How do we communicate to residents that the zoning bylaw is not in a silo? I know I'm sort of repeating myself, but isn't in a silo from the IMP, that isn't a silo from the TMP, because as councillors, we then have to go to our residents and say, put your feedback here, put your feedback here, put your feedback here. And they're going, okay, but why can't we ever just talk about all of our issues at once on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis? Like, I don't understand the difference between, why we have to tell you about the sidewalks that we can't have because of the ditches that we need because of the density, right? Like, it's all connected. So is there a way especially since some of these plans are overlapping, is there a way for us to conceive about our public engagement in a way that brings together some of these different plans so that residents can sort of have a more holistic or comprehensive perspective on what's going on for them?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. I think a moment ago you mentioned that some councillors would have some suggestions for us about how we can more effectively consult with the public, and I think you've just given a good one to us, to the team, and that's perhaps we'll incorporate, in addition to the extent of change and growth we're going to be seeing, some more information about how all of these various, the official plan, zoning bylaws, and supporting master plans work together. And maybe more information that, we can include links to the IMP and TMP engage pages and so on, with an explanation of how it's all connected to try and make sure that we're looking after everything that we need to look after. So thank you for that. And my communications team, engagement team is here, and I can see Tim is making notes, and that is something that we can have up front. I may add to that.
I think I would be curious about that, because sometimes people put in a comment about a sidewalk or something else when they're at a zoning meeting, right? And it's like, where does that get captured and how does that get connected to the right department? I think we're going to see a lot of that in the next 18 months with all of the plans that are being consulted on. And residents might not want to come out to each and every one to say the same thing. They might expect that we're going to be able to, cross-reference these consultations, and I think that's a reasonable expectation. So I'll look forward to understanding better how they talk to each other.
Councillor, I just want to add that when comments are shared about another file at a certain consultation event, they do get passed on. We receive them from others, from other departments when they're consulting, and we share as well. So we do get them that way. And yeah, I think the public don't know about the different programs, so they will say what's on their mind at whichever event they happen to be at, and that's perfectly fine. So, so we will do the same here. I mean, fortunately, zoning and the TMP, we're in the same department, so so it's easier that way too. Okay.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Moving on to Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. So thank you, staff, for that presentation. Thank you for the mountain of work that I know that you have both behind you and in front of you. I just want to follow up. I have a couple of specific questions, but I wouldn't mind touching on the issue of engagement that's already been raised by my colleagues. I'll admit that I was also surprised when I was looking through the attachments and I saw what I imagined to be the low numbers of response from the As We Heard It report, numbers around 135. I was definitely surprised by that. I applaud and echo any initiatives you might take to broaden that. including what Councillor Brockington was mentioning about taking advantage of any opportunity we have for direct mailouts to send that out. And I know that that's only one way we have of engaging. But on the general subject of engagement, and I appreciate what Councillor Johnson was saying there, I am very much, when I hear I am very much looking for the kind of reciprocal engagement where it's not so much, hi, here's an 80-page document, what do you think of it? But trying to let residents know about the changes coming, how it may address what we all perceive to be commonly held beliefs and problems, and how it presents solutions to those problems. And then rather than just a blanket, what do you think of this? Because I know what the answer to that always is, don't do it. But present the problems, present the solutions, and we may get better buy-in from them. So I certainly look forward to what comes of all of that. On a specific level, do you happen to know whether or not, because I remember from hearing about the engagement strategy that you will not have the time or capacity to do consultations in each ward, but for a lot of residents who simply want to just get a quick visual understanding of the difference between the current and what's coming, do you happen to know if there will be any tools that are being developed on a ward-by-ward basis, i.e., here's a map of your ward now, and here's what changes may translate into? I know that's a very minute question, but I'm trying to see whether or not those kinds of tools might be coming.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. It's a very good question. So when we launch that zoning map on May 31st, residents will be able to look at both the current zoning and the proposed zoning at the same time on the same page. It's going to be like a curtain that moves back and forth. And so that will be a feature of the mapping. And what I've heard today are requests for ward-specific maps. And so my team is over there listening and taking notes, and we'll try to provide those pre and post. Yeah, it's just that at the scale, they're tiny anyways, but we can do that, and we'll experiment with how it looks on different sizes of pages, and see if you find it to be an effective tool. We'll run with that and see what we can do.
Thank you. To follow up, one more comment from Councillor Johnson again. I know that even within my own street, my own circle of friends, if I ask for their input on either the zoning bylaw review or the transportation master plan or the infrastructure update, I'm going to get to almost all three of them. But if I say, hey, here's a sheet on, and the title is Big Changes Coming to Your Street, get involved, I have a feeling that the response rate will be quite greater. So it is quite interesting that we have all of these major changes, plans coming, and some kind of cohesion of that would likely be far more engaging. I want to ask a question to follow up what the delegate Jason Berggraf from Global was saying earlier. I'm not sure if this is the forum for it, but I wanted to hear staff's position on. In Jason's letter, he talks about when it comes to our density strategies, and forgive me for getting this wrong, but I think you'll know what I'm referring to. When he talks about our density strategies with relation to transit stations, that we, the city, makes a distinction on key transfer stations, a term that is not recognized either in the Planning Act or according to the province, and that the province itself makes no distinction between transit stations writ large. The province itself says, we are directing you to develop along all transit stations. So can anybody help me understand why there may be a distinction between what the province directs us to and how we make distinctions between these?
Chair, I can help provide some context and official plan for our growth targets within our hubs and PMTSAs. The table, it just generally describes hubs and protected major transit station areas. So that's short for PMTSAs. The most succinct way to describe it is that the density targets are minimums, and they really describe the evolution and context for specific area. So for example, hubs in the downtown have a very different context from hubs in suburban areas. And it's just really meant to recognize where the existing context when the official plan was approved between those stations. The density targets are minimums for those areas, and they're not really meant to express the ultimate built-up vision. And again, that is to provide that, if you're in a suburban area or suburban hub, your opportunities between now and the ultimate vision may be very different than what being downtown context, and is to permit those other uses in the meantime while that hub develops to what ultimately could be. There's also the notion of within our transects for the built-up form that generally provides a framework for what the built form would look like by designation. So that could be hubs and main streets and minor corridors. And there are some nuances between, let's say, a downtown transect and again, a suburban transect to the two bookends of the spectrum, so to speak, and how they differ from that perspective. Ultimately, the built form or the maximums we're looking at would ultimately be the building heights. And for hubs, it is up to 40 stories throughout, depending on context and transition.
For hubs, if it's up to 40 stories for hubs, am I to understand, because you were making a distinction there between that there will be minimums, can I assume that for all transit stations, sorry, I'm just going to bypass the question. I'll come back to you later on that because I want to look into that a little bit more. Two more quick questions, Chair, if you don't mind. I'm at time, right? One question. All right, pick one. All right. I'm really excited about the prospect of new small businesses in residential areas. I know that one resident wrote to ask me about whether or not, whether in the development of the bylaw or after the fact, would your team be working with zoning, would your team be working with bylaw to speak to our capacity to monitor and or license and or supervise businesses? If we're going to be having many more new businesses, small businesses in residential areas, will we have the capacity to monitor, oversee, license those small businesses? Has that conversation happened yet?
We have through the chair, and thank you for the question, we have ongoing discussions over issues relating to bylaw enforcement with Roger Chapman. And certainly these permissions are contemplated in the official plan. I think work that we need to do is to look or to work with our bylaw enforcement staff to confirm that they've got adequate staff to take on whatever additional work that is required. Certainly for the low-risk foods, we are coordinating with bylaw and OPH in terms of whatever inspections may be required. So in that sense, that work is already underway.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Devine. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you again to the whole team for all this work and what's ahead. I've already been working with the communities on consultations because we've got two major secondary plans in the works right now. And my concern is cynicism because they're already been engaged. I've already had meetings about engaging them on two secondary plans. And there's another one that went through before I got there and it got changed. And I think the concern I have is cynicism because things that they think they're going to put in aren't going to, even when they did get put into a plan, will be ignored anyway. I guess they're still concerned about exceptions. And so that's just the reality. My overall concern is that I'm sending out stuff mostly to the people who already live in these areas, but who I really hope to appeal to is people who will live in our areas, that the future, the people who would love to live in these neighborhoods, but can't right now. There's nothing there for them. So I'm trying to figure out how to reach out to them, even if you have to go to universities and, people who are going to be graduating. Maybe that's unheard of, people graduating and then, trying to live in a community, but they will eventually. So I'm hoping that that's part of it, that we look at that. I'd like to know if we can tailor a bit of these consultations to take into consideration that the secondary plans they'll be happening, I guess, before this consultation, or roughly the same time, it's this spring. I believe we're going to be doing the secondary plans, finishing them up at committee. But how can we sort of blend it all together? Because I don't want anything get lost in the translation.
Chair, just respect to those two secondary plans in the councillor's ward, that's a great comment through what we've done for consultation in those secondary plans and then what's going to come in the zoning. I think we will have to look at how we would tailor the conversations on the zoning to pick up where we left off the secondary plans and provide that transition so that the secondary plan provided that high-level framework, and now the zoning is going to come in and provide the details through all that consultation. So it's a great comment. We'll take that back and see how we can make that a smooth transition between the two projects.
Thank you. My other question is about affordable housing. It's mentioned throughout the document, and there's all kinds of definitions. And my concern is that we're kind of looking at the fact that we're going to have lots of housing, therefore it'll be affordable because there's more. And that's not always the case. And how we encourage the nonprofits to build and how we're helping them. They've got the Housing Accelerator Fund, and you do mention about streamlining, but it's not something residents tend to raise, but it's something that we know as a city we need everywhere. So I just want to know how that's being dealt with.
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Now that is something that I think I would need to get back to you about and consult with our housing staff about to provide you some meaningful details on. Just generally today, my answer would be we're providing opportunities for new housing that's market housing by increasing densities and, as you said, streamlining and making it easier with simpler zoning provisions. However, what we're also doing is providing broader permissions for that continuum of housing, which is where the affordable housing providers may be, that would be perhaps in their realm. So in the sense that we are, increasing permissions for the numbers of locations where they can have their, affordable supportive housing, like deeply affordable housing, as well as getting rid of those separation distances that currently apply to things like group homes. So, Councillor Kavanagh, I can get some more information for you about how zoning can help affordable housing providers in the city. I think I need to work with housing staff to get you those details for, to truly answer your question.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The other thing that I anticipate and hope, and it's talking about, breaking down silos, is having more housing where it traditionally wasn't before. For example, talk to schools and having affordable housing on school properties. Or, we've started a little bit, but different ideas. What about air rights over transit stations? I'm hoping that we're going to look at those big picture ideas as well. Maybe not right now, but I think that's the future. And I think there's opportunities because this is dealing with what we have to deal with absolutely with what the provinces put down, and we have to have a solution to it. But I just want to know, are we still looking, beyond that?
Through the chair, thank you for that question. The official plan includes policies that allow for co-location of housing and city facilities. And in those zones where primarily we have city facilities, we've looked at those zone provisions and added dwelling unit as a permitted use. And so that means at the discretion of the city and the department that is, responsible for that facility, there will be the ability in zoning to have residential uses there in a form that obviously is at the discretion of the city.
Thank you. Having been through a number of meetings on developments, the people who usually come out are the ones that are upset about it. That's the unfortunate part. And so I'm hoping to get people who are understanding that this is the future, in the big picture, and will figure out how it works for their community. And I'm hoping that we'll talk about the pluses of intensification, such as that commercial will open more if there's a lot of intensification in their neighborhood, things like that. So that's one of the things I'm hoping to emphasize. That's what I think of when I think of neighborhoods getting more houses. Then that's a reason for commercial ventures to open up, because there's more customers. So I don't know if that's kind of implied or if you talk about that.
Yes, I think that's part of the, through the chair, and thank you for the question. I think that is part of the narrative for the 15-minute neighborhood policies in the official plan. As well, I'm not sure if you noticed, but in the statement in our supporting documents from Ottawa Public Health, there is a mention about social isolation and social cohesion and the importance of having a mix of use in neighborhoods, because, there are a lot of lonely people. Loneliness is an issue in our society right now. If there is a mix of uses in your neighborhood, there's more opportunities for you to have social contacts, and that's just all part of community building and making neighborhoods nice places to live, where there is social cohesion. People know each other and they start to care about each other. And so, yes, those are the soft factors that inform the 50-minute neighborhood policies. Zoning staff are aware of them, and we're trying to facilitate appropriate introduction of non-res uses in neighborhoods for all those good reasons.
Thank you. Probably the biggest thing that
Got
people
15 seconds, Teresa.
Last one? Okay. Is green space. If we're going to have more intensification, how are we creating more green space? And whether that's directly part of this or not, that's what keeps coming up right now in the secondary plans. Well, if you expect the neighborhood to take more intensification, are you giving more green space? Obviously, these are the silos that have already been raised, but I just wanted you to be aware that that's something I'm already getting at the secondary plan level. Are we looking at that as well?
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Once again, in zoning, we can create permissions, and we have general broad permission for parks in all zones. I think there's a few steps back in the planning process, Councillor Kavanagh, and you've hit the nail on the head there about in the secondary plan process, and also through our Parks Master Plan about funding, really to fund the ability to provide more green space in parks. It's a few steps back. Zoning bylaws lifting, it's doing the lifting in terms of permitting the uses, but there are other policies and processes in place that are needed to work as well to get those parks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Curry, if I may, I'd like to go to Councillor Troster for her first round, and then we'll come back for second round from yourself and Councillor Kitts. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, staff. I know this is a really long day, and it's been a really, really long process. And, changing our zoning like this is going to legalize housing in ways that it's never been legalized before. It's going to bring services and vibrancy to communities, so I'm very excited about it. If anything, I can sort of be the emissary from one of the most urban wards to say, it's okay to have more neighbors, it's nice to have services, change is good. And so even though my residents probably won't be the most dramatically impacted by these changes, because a lot of what is being spread out through the city are things that we already have downtown, although 40 stories as of right is going to take some getting used to. I think what people want to know is, how is my street going to change? How is my neighborhood going to change? How is my community going to change? Which is what you've been hearing from everyone. And so I'd like to offer to you, certainly I'm quite sure most councillors would be happy to host a ward-specific consultation if staff are able to make yourselves available to answer questions. I think having, as Councillor Johnson and others mentioned, a ward-specific map would be great. But I'm just wondering, I know that you obviously have an advertising and promotion budget for this, but I'm wondering if some of that could be decentralized to councillors' offices to assist us in holding ward-specific consultations. To be able to do it, perhaps have translation, to be able to perhaps be able to do the meeting hybrid or do one in person and one online, because we've heard here today that we think it'll be the usual suspects who might participate online. Anyway, all that to say, I'm very happy to co-host a ward-specific consultation, and I suspect many of my colleagues would be willing to do that too. So if we really want to bring it down to the grassroots, this conversation of how is my neighborhood going to change, well, a ward-specific consultation is the best way to do that. So just wondering if that's something staff had contemplated and if that's something you're willing to support.
Thank you, Chair. We did contemplate doing the 24 ward consultations. However, due to our staffing levels, that is a large commitment. So that is why we had proposed doing more of a beginning of talking about some of the citywide issues and then moving into the breakout rooms. We are hearing the feedback today very clearly that in person is something that people are looking for, and it's something that we are taking back and going to further consider.
Okay, well, first of all, I would say use the counselors and our social media platforms and our newsletter audiences. I mean, I already did a little video this morning saying, hey, this is coming. This is what it's about. I mean, I worked in plain language communications for my entire career. But if you can't do 24, maybe doing inner urban, outer urban, you know, rural, suburban, with some very specific answers to the questions about how is your neighborhood going to change? Because I think that's the question that people want answered. You know, as a council, it's our job to plan for the whole city, but for the average Jane, they just want to know, is a taller building going to go up beside me, and why is that now allowed, and why is that necessary, and all these kinds of things. So I just think the consultations will not be effective if we're not answering the core question, which is how will this affect me? So if there's a way we can assist you in doing that, great. 24 consultations might be a lot, but maybe 5 or 6 that are a little bit more locally focused, I think would be really helpful. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Truster. Councillor Curry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask staff, again, this is to consultation. The chair here, Councillor Leeper, said at the very beginning, you know, that it might be helpful for us to all remember, including when we go to consultation, that the official plan had extensive consultation on it. And so this exercise here is to create the zoning that would match what we already approved in the official plan. So I know there have been some changes, like, you know, to be fair, some things have changed, including the federal government's, you know, encouragement to do 4 units. But I think that's a valuable thing to state at the beginning of the consultation, is that, you know, we already did extensive consultation on the official plan. This is now to make the two things jive. So that's one comment I have. The other question I have, and it's sort of a comment as well, is that if one of the assumptions we have, or I guess one of the reasons why the official plan said what it said and why the zoning is going to say what it's going to say, is because we want to increase things like the missing middle. So in the consultation, if there were some sort of fundamental, this is what we are also trying to achieve, which the official plan set out, but what the goals we're also trying to achieve, that may help set the context for why we're making some of these rules. And then I would say, do you think staff would have very clear data looking at, I guess, if this were to pass just as it is there an actual percentage of missing middle we think it will achieve with these rules that could actually be stated in a consultation to help people have some context?
Through the chair, thank you. Yeah, further to my earlier comments, we are working with the staff who are building the 3D twin of the city, and they are going to be providing a model for us based on certain assumptions that we're going to feed them about turnover rates and the numbers of units that are permitted, and, you know, the range of development scenarios that could be anticipated at any given time, and generate that model to you know, project forward the number of units of certain sizes that we can expect to see by, you know, at 5-year intervals by 2046. So that's certainly doable, and as I mentioned, it's underway, and we will, thank you for the suggestion. We can use that, we will use that information in the model to help inform those public consultations. And I'm finding very helpful today all of the suggestions from councillors in how to approach residents, the type of information that makes sense to them, that's going to get their attention and that they can understand. And so it's very much appreciated. Thank you. And I know the team is writing it all down.
Wonderful. My other suggestion, given the encouragement that you just gave me, there was a delegation today that said, if I went down the road of transforming my house to be, 4 units or whatever, I can't remember what the exact project was, it's going to cost me $1.5 million to do this and, that and whatever. Have staff actually looked at that kind of unique example to say, if you wanted to do this, we have an estimation, and believe me, I know every site is different, but I saw a video that someone in Toronto did to sort of say, here are the options to get from 1 to 4. You either do internal renovations. You've probably seen this. You add on, you put a coach house, whatever. But the actual cost, because I think the point the delegate was trying to make was that this is great theoretically, but is it actually cost effective? And is it something that we could see there would be great uptake on because we've actually done that type of math already ourselves? Do you think there's the possibility that we would have that information to present at a consultation?
Through the chair, yes. A part of the work that we're going to be doing is testing our zoning provisions this summer. And we'll be hiring a consultant to do that because that's pretty specific type of work, doing a pro forma. And we were planning on doing that for main streets and hubs, and we can do it for neighborhood zones as well.
That would be super helpful. That'd be very helpful, I think, in the consultation. And then the last question I just have, because it was asked of me, is do you think that these new bylaws will help encourage large developers or smaller developers more, and any particular percentage when you look at how it will impact everything across the city? Is this going to benefit big developers or small developers?
Through the chair, I've just heard you mention the value of hard data. So I don't want to talk in generalities here. But in an effort to answer your question, I'll say we're creating opportunities for a wide range of housing here. Who takes it up and under what circumstances it's feasible, given the price of land and what's already there on that land is something on a case-by-case basis that is, there are specialists out there who make a living doing that. I think Royce Fu may have some further comments because Royce was very involved in, our growth management strategy. And Royce, do you have any insights you'd like to add?
Oh, just at a high level, Chair, I think the new zoning bylaw will provide opportunities for all builders and developers. And one of the things we've been talking about with the committee is the role of municipalities in providing housing supply, but housing does not start or end with municipalities. There are many other significant factors that also go into production of housing. We just heard through your last comment about land value, the ability to finance. So, we are providing opportunities, but we also need to see other stars aligning in order to get housing built to our targets.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Curry. Councillor Ketz.
Thank you, Chair. Building on Councillor Curry's previous question about the EV infrastructure in partnership with Hydro Ottawa, I know in one of the working group meetings I asked about whether Hydro One has been at the table in these discussions, and that was a takeaway. So I was just wondering if those conversations have progressed at all.
Through the chair, Councillor Kitts, unfortunately, I haven't had a chance to get back to my colleagues in climate change. They were the ones who helped facilitate those meetings with Hydro Ottawa because they have regular meetings with them, and we took advantage of one of those meetings to share the directions in the draft zoning bylaw. So I will follow up, and I will let you know, when we are going to be speaking with Hydro One.
Okay, thank you. There's a deficiency in the east as it relates to level 2 and 3 chargers, and I'm just wondering if this is endeavoring to close that gap. I'm concerned, when I look at Orleans South, there's mostly residential zoning in the growing part of the ward, and the commercial spaces are already built up, which I believe is where would host those higher level chargers. So is that something that we're trying to address through this?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. Yes, so in the new zoning bylaw, we are removing the restrictions on whether a charging station can only be used by the patron of a business, because in the very, very regular and tiresome way that zoning gets in the way of things, sometimes uses can be permitted as a principal use or an accessory use. So we've just eliminated the hurdles that are in the way of allowing what would be a principal use charging station, so that they are permitted. So if you were a shopping mall and you wanted to set aside some spaces for people to charge their vehicles, they don't necessarily have to be a patron of that shopping center. They could be, they may or they may not, but zoning's not getting in the way. It's just getting out of the way, and that charging station is permitted, associated with, pretty much they're broadly permitted everywhere.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. There is a hub and transit center planned for 10th Line in Innis, which is currently it's at Home Depot, a Mandarin Chinese food place, some other commercial amenities. So I was wondering if you can sort of unpack the vision of how these areas are going to transform from what's there to what is planned.
Now that is Councillor Kitson through the chair, that's quite a weighty question. Are you speaking in terms of the zoning provisions, or that because there is a secondary plan framework?
So I'm saying, okay, so there's a metro, or take the Home Depot. If the Home Depot gets sold, the zoning bylaw goes through, the Home Depot gets sold, and then as a right, that space could be 40 stories, or is there more that needs to go into it to then make it a hub and transit center?
I'm going to defer to my colleague Royce Fu to first answer the secondary planning aspect of that, the direction that's given for development through the secondary plan process, and then I can answer the questions about the zoning.
So Chair, in terms of the zoning bylaw, would provide as of right permissions, but for what could happen on a specific property, that always depends on what the landowner is interested in doing. If it's part of a secondary plan area, so we would go through an exercise to look at the larger area, consult with the landowners and the surrounding residents on what could happen and what would be the infrastructure required for that development. So that is sort of more of a secondary plan approach with consultation with landowners and the surrounding residents, as opposed to some theoretical permissions that the zoning bylaw is providing as of right.
Okay, I think I'm gonna have to follow up with you offline because I don't believe it is a secondary plan area, so I'm confused about that. But we'll take that offline. I did have some questions on the break just about my earlier question about the projected unit counts. You said we will hear back about that in the fall. So how are we going to find out about that? Is there going to be sort of like a secondary report?
Through the chair, thank you. We can release something on our Engage page and promote it for information. That is one way to do it. We should probably begin it with a memo of council announcing. So we'll strategize about that to make sure that we get it out in an orderly way, and that we share the information with the public as well, so that they can understand and have the same information that we have.
Okay, great. And just in closing, I did want to say, like, I really co-sign this vision, and building on some of the questions about social cohesion. Like, I love the 15-minute neighborhood concept, but I think each neighborhood needs to have those components in order for it to be a livable, complete community. So, we need the mixed use, we need the walkability, we need the transit, and I recognize that a lot of the modeling informed the OP, but as we move forward, I think we need to pay attention to whether those concepts are in play, and what's planned versus the reality of what we're seeing. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kitts. Councillor Luloff?
Thank you very much. And I really want to thank my colleague, Councillor Kitts, for talking about some of the transportation infrastructure issues that we're going to be facing when we're dealing with higher density. I mean, there is room certainly in south of Orleans for greenfield development, but certainly the transportation infrastructure doesn't exist currently to support it, whether that's transit infrastructure, which we should have along a future BRT on Brian Coburn, or be it for other forms of traffic as well. I'm wondering then, I suppose Royce will probably field this one. It's good to see finally the zoning come in. to deal with some of the secondary plans that were approved, a year ago. It's nice to see some of that hard work that was, done by Robin Vandeland's team come to fruition. One of the areas within the Orleans secondary plan that will be zoned to match that work is an area that currently it's the Prézot district that is currently operating on ditches, on very narrow water pipes, on very narrow storm sewer infrastructure. So if we're looking to ensure that we, maximize the unit count within that sort of transit area and that secondary plan, sort of main street area or just adjacent to the main street, how are we going to pay for those upgrades? How is that going to work?
So, Chair, actually, I will defer that question to Chris Rogers, Program Manager of Infrastructure Planning.
Thank you. Excuse me. Through the chair. We do have projects identified in the draft infrastructure master plan that will serve to meet the requirements for growth in the city generally, including intensification. Those projects identified in the plan are generally funded by development charges. However, that only really addresses the trunk infrastructure, the trunk water and wastewater infrastructure. And so the plan is also recommending a new program that will look at the local services needed to support intensification across the city, because that's something that the infrastructure master plan cannot do. It's too big a task. We need staff working on this on an ongoing basis to identify what's required when across the city to manage the servicing risks associated with intensifications at a local level.
Okay, and when does that program get stood up? Because I can imagine that as soon as we pass this zoning bylaw amendment, that people are going to want to get shovels in the ground. It will make quite a bit of sense for people to be making these investments, especially considering by the end of this year, the east extension of the train will be undergoing intensive testing, and then by early to mid next year, the train's going to be running. So we'll probably want to see that intensification happen rather quickly, won't we?
Yes, I mean, that's why the zoning bylaw is looking at strengthening provisions to ensure that there is capacity available, and there may not always be capacity available, and there may be some delays in terms of intensification proceeding as we evaluate the local services and ensure that that capacity can be made available in the most efficient way possible.
Okay, excellent. Are we also, I mean, I would really like to be able to kind of do that work in a manner that doesn't drive up the cost of that housing in transit areas. So looking forward to that discussion. And are we also looking at sort of the follow-on effects of even park infrastructure that's going to be required to support an influx of people? You can imagine that, I think it's quite a tiny pipe running water or potable water out to a place like Petrie Island. You're probably going to end up seeing, a market increase in the demand on green space in some of these intensification areas. I just want to make sure that we're thinking about that as well.
Yeah, there is a lot of inherent residual capacity in a lot of our local systems because per capita demands have been dropping quite steadily over the last 30 years. And also there's a lot of wet weather influence in the sanitary sewer system. So with redevelopment, there's opportunities to remove that wet weather influence and effectively create capacity for new development. So that's why we've been able to accommodate the intensification that we've been seeing to date. We just need to amp that work up so we're able to respond to the higher rates of intensification that will come with the new zoning bylaw.
And then while you were going through this exercise, did you take into consideration things like natural features, things like Bilberry Creek and other natural creek beds that are prone to things like erosion when it comes to sort of, stormwater mitigation, that sort of thing. Are these things that you considered as part of this rezoning exercise, looking at sort of those natural features and ensuring that, they remain viable?
Yes, well, the focus is really on ensuring that we manage stormwater on site. So the development projects that are subject to site plan control already have requirements to manage stormwater on site. And with the new zoning bylaw, we'd be extending those requirements to ensure that we don't see greater impacts as a result of development that's happening on properties that only require a building permit.
Okay, it's good that I was able to come back full circle because, some of the infrastructure that site management would connect to is not in a state right now to be able to support that kind of development. So I'm glad that you're starting to think about that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Chair DeRuz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, staff, for the report. I do have a quick question, and probably around the mineral aggregate changes and some of the tools you mentioned. Can you just a little bit collaborate a little bit more on that, please?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So in the official plan, a mineral aggregate overlay was introduced, and that mineral aggregate overlay applies. Well, it basically establishes the boundaries of our where our sand and gravel and quarry resources are. And in the new zoning bylaw, we will be replacing our mineral reserve zones with and our mineral extraction zones. The mineral extraction zones will have the overlay over them, which will protect the operations of that mineral extraction operation by limiting sensitive uses within a certain proximity. And likewise, lands that are currently zoned mineral reserve, they will be rezoned to the underlying designation, which is usually rural countryside, but they will have a mineral aggregate overlay over them to identify them as a location where there are resources, and establishing, protections to, avoid having sensitive land uses locate there that could impact the ability to extract those resources. At the end of the day, what you end up with is a similar set of permissions and protections as in the current zoning bylaw. It's just that instead of using a mineral reserve zone, we are using an overlay, and we're applying that overlay as well over lands that are zoned mineral extraction. And once again, it just replaces separate provisions that were in different parts of the bylaw, hopefully in one more consolidated section of provisions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't see any other questions from other members of the committee. I do want to make sure I understand the midterm once we've passed a new comprehensive zoning bylaw. I'm very excited, obviously, to pass a new, I think, once-in-a-generation rewrite of the zoning bylaw to match what the official plan says. We haven't done that for years. This is going to provide builders more certainty about what they're allowed to build. It will provide residents a much better idea of what might happen in their neighborhood with respect to how that will intensify in light of the official plan. We have multiple secondary plans in that official plan, however, that likely don't match what the official plan says. And I'm thinking particularly of the Westboro-Richmond secondary plan, which I believe was passed in 2011. And there is some question in my mind as to whether that 2011 secondary plan even met the official plan of the day, but it's the secondary plan that we have. That secondary plan would constrain heights in areas around Westboro Transit Station to 4 to 6 stories in some cases. And I'm thinking about the discussion we had around the Trailhead building. Is it staff do not intend, or could you confirm that you don't intend to upzone the secondary plan areas beyond the heights that are contemplated in those secondary plans?
Chair Leeper, yes, that's correct. The zoning bylaw has to implement official plan policies. The official plan states that secondary plan policies supersede. official plan policies where specified. And so, you know, it is not at our discretion to give them any more height than what that secondary plan permits. So this does highlight an issue.
Yeah, so the secondary plan will, the zoning will implement zoning for areas in some of the older secondary plan areas that likely don't match what we would do if we had a greenfield today with respect to developing a new secondary plan. Is it open for a landowner who has one of those properties to file for an official plan amendment? And if they do file for an official plan amendment, what is the lens through which we would look at whether or not that is justified?
So Chair, all landowners have the ability to file an application to amend official plan or zoning bylaw amendment, or zoning bylaw. The context would be sort of, it's very difficult to state, but it would be context that includes both the official plan, consideration of the official plan, and what the secondary plan is trying to achieve, and the context of that site in relation to both of those plans.
So if a secondary plan near a transit station constrained heights or contemplated heights in a mid-rise that is within, 70 meters of a light rail station, chances are very good that this recommendation coming from staff, and I obviously don't want to foreshadow anything, but the staff recommendation that came back would probably be that, constraining heights to mid-rise near transit stations is just not on in 2024, 25, 26, 27, 28. So I would anticipate if we pass this zoning bylaw that it is going to provide residents with a very significant amount of certainty for most of this city, with the exception of some areas where we are bringing the secondary plans through without modification, and that some of those secondary plan areas are the ones that are going to continue to be spot rezoned moving down the line. That's more of a comment than anything else. So I thank you very much for that clarity. I still don't see any other questions from members. I can only echo the thanks of the members of the Joint Committee for the incredible work that you've done thus far. You've heard what's been said around consultation and making sure that that is meaningful, and that residents, we're proactive about ensuring that residents understand the implications of this zoning bylaw by the time we pass it and give them the opportunity for meaningful consultation around that. So I anticipate we'll see lots of that in the coming months. Members of the Joint Committee, this report recommends that we receive the report, which provides an overview of the first draft of the new zoning bylaw for public consultation purposes, and authorize future public meetings concerning the new zoning bylaw to occur at Joint Planning and Housing and Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee. Are those recommendations carried?
Received.
Thank you very much. So for the remainder of our meeting, we have no in-camera items. There are no notices of motion. There are no inquiries. There is no other business. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much, members. Thank you, staff.